Yeah, don't poke blue with a stick. You'll growl at you. Okay, looks like we've got a few things going here. What else do we need? We need that. I think that's everything on my end. Yeah, I got YouTube muted. Everyone else is here. I got the sound. Yeah, I was playing around with that sound thing, John, on Zoom, where you can
Yep.
enhance the sound. I didn't turn it on at
Yeah.
the moment. I had a look at it to turn it on and had a
Yeah.
look.
There's a couple
That's
other things you got to do.
yeah. I don't know how much benefit that's going to help with just the sound or not. Might help.
Yeah. Yeah.
It might help in some way,
Yeah.
but not. It seems to. I haven't heard no
Ooh.
complaints about sound out in the
Just don't
peanuts.
keep touching your mic like that.
I know. I got it every time I go to get a cuppa. I don't want to stick me mic in the cup, or I have to mute myself just to get a cup, have a sip of me cuppa. I know it's
I
squeaky,
tell you
isn't
what.
it?
No, it makes a horrible sound when you do that.
Yeah. Uh,
Ouch.
yeah. I'll try to mute myself when I do it. Um, I was just catching up on the peanuts. I see Gary was out there. Don't pick on Gary. What's that, Zebulon? It counted down and nothing happened. Okay. What's this? Told you we've been lied to. What's that, Fred? Uh, who else was that in out there? I seen Dora out there earlier. I don't know who was the first here or not. That doesn't show up on my end. Andrea asks, can he start on time? Is that a
No.
rhetorical question? Huh? Well,
Hey,
well. See,
casual.
see,
How you
see. To
going,
be
mate?
honest, I think to start at 9:30, like so, because it's quarter past. It's quarter past 9 now. So to me, I'm early. See, that's.
G'day, g'day, g'day.
Oh, casuals naked. Don't, but nobody look.
I'm
Uh,
Nobody look.
I'm not used to this. It's been a while. I've
Okay,
still
but
got my old name as well.
yeah, that's too. With the new one, you should be able to go to your three dots and change your image on the fly if you want
Oh,
to
can
try
you
that.
on the three dots? Yeah, I'll try it
Yeah,
now. So
because you want all your new avatar stuff and everything with
yeah,
your
yeah,
M2M
yeah,
and
yeah.
all that. Yeah, you got to advertise yourself. People won't know who you are out there.
Is it choose virtual background? Is that it?
I
Or
got no idea. Somebody else knew about it more than I
I'll try
did.
that anyway.
Yeah, you can play around with it. I don't mind.
Fiddle
No
around
one's
with it.
going to complain.
Yeah, thanks for the invite.
Oh, that's fine. Everybody's invited within reason.
Within reason, yeah.
Well, you got the key to the special place, so you got the what's the word for it? You got an open door. It's an open door policy, so to speak.
Yeah, I remembered where the special place was. I
Yeah.
knew that. But beyond that, I was expecting to see passwords and stuff, and I was thinking, oh no, I'm going to ask for the password, and they're going to be cross at me because you should know what to do.
So you'll probably got to go back to your original Zoom and sign back in with the
Yeah,
avatar, maybe. You can play around
yeah.
with
Let's
that
have
if
a
you
look.
want. I've got nothing else to do for now. We're just going to do some intro stuff and chat about a few things.
Oh, we're live now, are we?
Yeah, yeah, we're live now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
So,
Because we're
so
not.
is my
Yeah,
sound okay? Is it all good?
yeah, sounds good. Sounds good. What else have we got going here? Oh, the news for the week is that all it's been is that Branson's plane rocket into up there. That's all I've heard all week. Ever
Oh,
since that happened, all I've heard about it is.
yeah. Flat Earthers are in a bit of a tizzy about that. They don't really know what to do with it because if you spend enough time on Gem Pandas,
Yeah.
it's been the conversations of that has come up numerous times, and they really don't know what to do with it. They're flapping, absolutely flapping.
Yeah, where's the
Yeah.
curvature?
Flapping
Where's
and
the
flapping.
curvature? And I went and
Yeah.
screenshotted so many images out of the videos to show the shots with the camera with the curvature. Even Blue tried to join a few together because the one bloke said something about joining them together for the amount of degrees of field of view for the camera and all that.
But he has. He's done one image that shows one when it's at the lower altitude before it starts to get really high. I think it's something around about 32,000 feet, which is what, give or take, is what cruising altitude for most airlines. Which you're not going to see. It's going to be hard to see curvature. And then there's one when it's at, it's full perigee, full altitude, where you can clearly see curvature as clear as day. But I mean, it's hard to get a commitment out of any of the flat earthers to actually say, well, is it fake or isn't it fake? But they're totally non-committal. But then again, what they're actually saying is insinuating that it is all fake, so that they just don't know what to do with it. And then you get another flat earther who's clearly saying it's fake, and then pointing out bits of the aircraft and yada yada, this, that, and the other, and saying it is fake. It's fake because of these things, and you can easily explain it, and then just don't know what to do after that. So none of them are really clear as to what position they should take. None of them.
Like to go to the trouble to fake something is what they think. Everything that happens with the space launches, with this, yeah, the people, just the conspiracy mindset. Yes, everything's fake. The government's lying to us. That whole narrative.
Yeah. But of course, you got the usual, the other one as well, which is pretty common, which is, why don't they show this camera angle? Why don't they show that camera angle? Why don't they do this? Why don't they do that? And it's the usual kind of attitude that Virgin are there to prove something to them. NASA's there to prove something to them. All the commercial companies are all there to prove something to them. But quite honestly, they don't really care less what any of us think. They're just, what they do there is just to, their mission. That's it. They're there to just achieve what they're. They don't really care whether you think the Earth is flat or not flat.
Of course they don't.
No, of course they don't. But they seem to think, the flat earthers, a lot of the flat earthers seem to think that they're there for that reason, to prove something to them. Because like I said, they keep doing, well, why don't they do this and why don't they do that? We've been asking this for years. We've been asking NASA to do this for years and stuff like that. So do you honestly think that the chief at NASA is going to read your emails that you begged them to have some camera angle and some rocket somewhere to prove that the Earth is flat or not? So, come on.
Which they'll just dismiss as being CGI or fake anyway.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, precisely. You give them what they want and they'll dismiss it anyway. So what's the point? But yeah, they're just not there for our entertainment. They're just not.
Well, going into the argument, you're not gonna win it. Yeah, no matter what you do, no matter what you say, no matter what you show them, they're still going to just simply deny it. So, why would someone working at NASA care?
Exactly.
Why would anybody,
anybody
working for Branson, Virgin Galactic, give a shit what a flat earther thinks? Yeah. I certainly wouldn't.
Yeah.
Hey, Carl, you weren't here last week and somebody said it was your birthday, so we missed out on that. Sorry about that.
Oh, happy birthday, Carl. Belated birthday.
A belated birthday, yeah. He wasn't here last, what's today, Wednesday, Saturday. Yeah, I've even argument with the non-stop uncut video footage from a rocket launch up into space. You show them that one and they pick holes in that for some reason. When it's uncut, how can you deny an uncut video when they ask for it?
It's easy. They just scream no, 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 and you throw spaghetti.
Throw spaghetti. Yeah, I mean, Blue's right. That's happened many times. They've been screaming for this, screaming for that, and all the rest of it. And then when it's actually presented to them, given to them, they'll just say no, that's fake, that's CGI, that's fake. So I think most of us have learned. What's the point? So I mean, I think most of us that would debate anyway, we're not necessarily ready for there for them, because we're not going to persuade most of the flat earthers there. I mean, there are sometimes some exceptions, as we've seen with the Ramtey and stuff, but we're there with people that are questioning and wondering what's going on, and people like maybe watch shows like this or other shows and other videos and things like that are people are questioning, and that's the people really that we really want to reach, because with those guys there's no point. You can't persuade them. They're not going to be persuaded.
Okay, so Paul's scientist of the day was at the forefront of the electromagnetic advances of the 1830s and built some of the world's most powerful electromagnets of the time. Unit of inductance is named after him. Oh, Alan would have known that one straight off the top of his head. For sure.
Of course he would. But Irish Stew knew it. He got it.
Oh, did he get it? Okay.
He did, yes.
Okay.
Joseph Henry.
He knew that from building amplifiers. Okay.
Never heard of him.
You have now. And I apologise again for Casual Space Matt for being naked, Peanuts. So just have to bear with
I'm
him.
working on it.
Yeah, Casual.
Yeah, I know.
Well, he kept his.
Where are your clothes, Casual?
He kept his last settings from. I don't know if you kept your last settings from the last time you were in here. Why does it?
Probably, yeah. I need to actually go into Zoom, I think, and then come back in again. I think.
Yeah, you can go. We don't mind.
As long as you let me back in again.
Yeah, I'll let you back in. Of course I will.
Well, I'll go and do that then.
Yeah, go and play around with it. You'll be right. Oh, Carl said he got what? You got COVID, or you? That's what he said. He said COVID got him. Oh, okay.
Oh, Carl's safe in South Africa with all that shit that's going on there.
Nah. Well, we've had 24 days of non-cases down here in Wollongong, even though Sydney's a mess. So, and we're going to be locked down for another 3 weeks so far. Well, we're going to continue on with navigation topic. I can't remember what we were up to last week. We were reading something that had a yellow page on it or something. I forgot where that was now. It should have been in homework. Let's see if I can find it again. Sure it was there. And I hope my internet doesn't drop. So that would be bad. Stream topic. Okay. Was it that one? Not here it is. I don't think we had much to read off that. I think it was nearly finished. Share screen. I remember reading out the 1 to 9 here. I'll show the Peanuts and see if they can remember from last week. Go there. Transition over. Bugger. Get back there again. I have to fix that. Stop sharing for a sec. Okay, put that back. Go back there. Share screen again. There. Okay. Okay, Peanuts. Who was following from last week when we read out this Did we get down to the bullet points numbered 1 to 9 or not? Yeah, from Saturday. Yeah, from Saturday, Little Wolf. This is what we were reading from Saturday. Because we stopped it. I'm sure we stopped reading it halfway. I don't think we read it all. I see you out there, no name. I think Alan was reading it, from what I can remember. I don't recall. You don't recall the bullet points. Okay. I'll read it from. We'll read from here. I think we might have just read down to. I remember Alan was. Okay, I don't remember that.
I don't remember any of that.
Yeah, we did read it. We did read this from.
I think you might have read a little bit of it, but
Yeah.
yeah, I remember the picture.
Yeah, I remember we were trying to figure out what the things were by using the legend underneath it here.
Okay. Yeah, I guess we did read it.
I can't remember anything here. Okay, I'll read from here. It's small print, so it's going to be a bugger for me to read. Unless somebody's got it on full screen that they can read it easier than me. How's your eyes and screen? Matt? Is he not
I
back
can read
yet?
it.
Is Matt back yet? Or is he still playing with his...
No,
he's still playing with
he's
his
still.
avatar.
Give him a minute. Let him get back.
I'll get
I need a
I'll
cup of
get Terry to
coffee
check
anyway.
his DMs. Oh, okay, I'll check me DMs. What's your problem? What's the meeting passcode? What? You click on the link in the special place. It's got it in there. Go to the special place where the link is in that. Because
If you need to copy the password, it's the bit after PWD equals.
where is it? Special place. So from S onwards, SKR onward. PWD stands for password, I'd gather.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, sorry, I haven't really been on the other end of this to know how things work. I should be on the other end just so I can see what's going on. The special place? Yes, Flow Rider, there's a special place over in Discord. So if you're in Discord and you haven't got a link to the special place, you can always tag me or say something over there and I'll sort yous out. Yeah, I said... What? Well, Matt can hear me. Do I have to type it to him? Where are you, Matt? See how he goes this time. Because usually you just click on the link, and once you've got your avatar set up, it should let you straight in. Is that how you guys do it? In here?
Yeah. I usually have to go to open your own profile, then do it. Otherwise, you don't get all the.
Oh, okay, he sorted something out. Okay, what has he got? Stop share for a sec. Transition. Okay, so we've got M2M with the docking of the.
Hang about.
With the
That's not the
docking.
image I selected. But
Yeah,
that'll
that's
do.
a good. Yeah, that's a good image when they're docking to the ISS. Is that the Russian one or the Chinese one?
No, that's the Dragon, the SpaceX Dragon.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
You can tell that by the where the docking port is. It's got that flip top nose cone.
So John's got a space type one. You've got a space type one. Blue's got the image of Earth from the satellite, which is upside down because that's the one they turned around. And Paul's got himself with the tractor driving around with the ducks. Okay.
That's the best one to look at. Actually, they've been driving around with the ducks. I like that. Yeah.
Remember when I used to say I see a duck? I think I see too many now.
Those ducks eat over 400 kilos of food a day.
Wow. 400 kilos a day, did you say? Wow.
Yeah, a day.
A day. That's a ducking lot of food.
Yeah.
Okay. We're trying to work out what I was reading from Saturday. So if anyone's got it full screen, because it's got small print, I don't know if I'll try to enlarge it. That's probably, well, that's no good because then it doesn't fit the page. Shit, that's not going to help, is it?
I can see it. Do you want me to read any of it, or?
I've got to sort it out. It's not sitting right on my end. Wait a minute. Yeah, it's not showing up properly on my end. For some reason. Gotta bring it down a bit. And over a bit. Alright, stay there. Set that. Yeah, OBS likes to move things around on me sometimes. Okay. Try again. Transition. Now I'll reduce it down again. I've got it at 1. That's 100%. I can't make it any bigger. It ends up going off the side of the screen. And going by what we've looked at, because I remember that, and last Saturday's reading, the peanuts are going, oh no, I've forgotten. Was that Saturday? Well, if it walks like a duck. What? If it walks like a duck, it must be a duck. Okay. Quack. Quack. Quack,
yeah, you're quackers.
Yeah, a bunch of quackers out there. Oh, we should call them quackers instead of peanuts, you reckon?
No, you can't change a habit of a lifetime, and it's you've always called them peanuts, and so.
Yeah. All right, I'll read a bit, and then as soon as my eyes go wonky on me, I'll have to pass it over. I'll see if I can read at least 1 or 2 paragraphs if I can. Okay, note however that latitudes define circles around Earth, not points on them. for that one also requires longitude, the angular distance east or west of some predetermined prime meridian, which circles around the two poles of Earth and passes through a given place. But there is no natural line for longitude that is equivalent to latitude's equator. Until international agreement made Greenwich, England, the prime meridian in 1884, maps reflected longitudes based on a number of different reference points, such as London or Paris. Because Earth revolves through its 360 degrees in 24 hours, each hour represents a longitudinal difference of 15 degrees. Thanks, Bob. Or roughly 60.
I
Hard
was
to
going to
throw.
say, Bob.
Yeah, I have to throw that in every time I see the 15 degrees. I've got to say thanks, Bob. Or roughly 60 nautical miles, 69 statute miles. If it is noon in New York City when it is 9 a.m. in Los Angeles, California, then the angular difference between the two cities must be 45 degrees. And a map would show a distance of about 3,100 miles. Why did they have that? What kilometres? What's this? Oh yeah, 69 times 45 between
Because
them.
miles is the real measurement, that's why.
Yeah.
All imperial.
However, until the development of the marine chronometer, a ship's captain in the Pacific had no idea what time it was anywhere else unless he was adept at the lunar method of determining longitude. Oh, I hope I can make this one. In 17... Ah, shit.
Do you want me to read that paragraph?
Yeah, my eyes are gone.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
Yeah, they go watery trying to read this small print.
In 1714, the British Parliament passed a Longitude Act offering a prize of £20,000, wow, worth several million today, to anyone who could solve the longitude problem. John Harrison, of 1693 to 1776, son of an English carpenter, began tackling the problem in the 1730s, creating a series of increasingly smaller, portable, and more accurate timepieces called H1, H2, H3, H4, and H5. A viable marine chronometer had to be reliable and accurate, had to resist corrosion from the salt air, and remain unaffected by fluctuating temperature and humidity conditions and the rocking movement of a ship at sea. So in 1761, H4, which is about the size of a soup plate, surpassed the longitude accuracy requirements, showing a loss of only 5 seconds during a sea trial aboard a ship sailing from England to Jamaica. It's not bad. Parliament, however, wanted more testing and offered only partial payment to Harrison. That's typical government, isn't it? It's still the case, the sort of thing they do now. In fact, the official reward was never paid to anyone, though Harrison did receive several additional amounts through 1773, owing to his more than 40 years of work on chronometers. How do you pronounce that?
Chronometers.
Chronometers. Oh, I can't even say it.
Chronometers.
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 Chronometers. Yeah, that's it. Didn't I say it just a little while ago? Okay. I'll get my
Take slow, deep breaths.
Breathe. In through the nose, out through the mouth.
He's generally credited with solving the longitude problem. On his second and third voyages, Captain Cook was fortunate to use K1, a version of Harrison's H4 that was made by London watchmaker Lucan Kendall. With these two tools, sextant and chronometer, did I get that?
Yay!
Yay! Cook would literally change the map of the world. There you go. And the little footnote at the bottom says, I don't know what it says because it's half blocked out. There you go. The lunar method was complicated technique requiring measuring the angle between the moon and another celestial object like the sun or the star or a star, and then consulting published tables of angles to learn the Greenwich, England time for observation. When I can't barely read that. When they have to find the current time to make the comparison needed to determining longitude. How to judge that accurately. On his first voyage, Cook determined longitude by the lunar method.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna have to look do some research on this H1, H2, H3, H4, and H5 time piece things. Okay,
This is one of the
I'll do
things.
one, and then I should be able to make one. Just as important as instruments, however, were the scientific methodologies that were employed on these nautical expeditions. Central to the scientific revolution already underway by the 17th century was the Royal Society of London for the improvement of natural knowledge. In the 1660s, creation of 12 natural philosophers, including Robert Boyle, 1627 to 1691, discoverer of Boyle's law. Okay, I've heard of that before. That showed the inverse relationship between the pressure and volume of gas, which would be Boyle's law. John Wilkins, 1614 to 1672, founder of the metric system. See, we've had the metric system for all this time, and some people still use that crappy imperial system. Oh shit! I moved my eyes now. I can't see where I was.
In the UK, we use a bit of both. I mean.
Yeah. Founder of the metric system, and Sir Christopher Wren, 1632-1723, architect of St Paul's Cathedral. The members met weekly to view experiments and discover science. The Society's motto, Nullius in Verba, interpreted today as nothing in words, emphasised from the beginning its interest in experiment and proof, following the inductive methodology popularised by Sir Francis Bacon, 1561-1626, as a superior alternative to Aristotelian deductive reasoning. It is the oldest such society still in existence. Your turn. Oh, bugger.
You want me to read the last paragraph?
Yeah. If you go to there, I'll try to do the bullet points.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, no problem. The English seamen bound for voyages, the Royal Society took an active role in developing guidelines for exploration. These were more widely distributed at its publication, Philosophical Transactions. God, I'm struggling today. Can't do my words. Giving some account of the present undertakings, studies, and labours of ingenious and many considerable parts of the world. Bloody hell, that's a long title, wasn't it? Jesus wept. Which began in 1665. The society asked Lawrence Rooke, a mathematician and philosopher, as one of the founding members, to think upon this and set down some directions for seamen going into the East and West Indies. To aid their observations and natural phenomena, these would be recorded in journals and copies delivered to the society and the Admiralty upon the sailor's return. Rooke completed this task, but died before the society's journal was born. Oh dear. His directions for seamen bound for far voyages, however, appeared in its 8th issue on January 8th, 1666. 666. In hindsight, Rooke's ideas seem fairly routine and commensal. Who wouldn't do that sort of thing? But after all, he was a mathematician, not a mariner. Yet until there had been no standard approach, even if he had set the bar fairly low, the fundamental scientific process had begun. Here are his suggestions or rules for useful nautical exploration in his own words. His are in italics. So number one, to observe the declination of the compass or its variation from the meridian of the place, frequently marking with all the latitude and longitude of the place, wherever such observation is made, as exactly may be, and setting down the method by which they have made them. Number two, to carry dipping needles with them and observe the inclination of the needle in the hike manner. Number three, to remark carefully the ebbings and flows of the seas in as many places as they can, together with the accidents and extraordinary of the tides. 4, to make plots and drafts of prospects of coasts. What's that?
Promontories.
Promontories, yeah. Islands and ports, marking the bearings and distances as they can. Number 5, to sound and mark the depths of the coast ports. and other such places near the shore as they shall see fit, or as they shall think fit. Sorry. To take notice of the nature of the ground at the bottom of the sea in all soundings, whether it be clay, sand, rock, etc. Number 7, to keep a register of all changes of wind, weather at all hours by night and by day. Showing the point the wind blows from, whether strong or weak. God, the language they used in those days. To observe and record extraordinary meteors and lightnings, thunders, ignis fatui, don't know what that is.
No, that is. Yeah.
Ignis fatui, don't know. And comets, etc., marking still the places and times of their appearing and continuances. Number 9, to carry with them good scales and glass vials of pint or so. That sounds good. I'll have a pint or two. With very narrow mouths, which are to be filled with seawater in different degrees of latitude as often as they please, and the weight of the vial full of water taken exactly at every time and recorded, marking with all the degree and latitude and the day of the month, and that as well as water near the top as a greater depth. Jesus, the language they used in those days. Jeez.
Okay, Wolf. I did see that in the peanut gallery. Yeah, we're not going to just let that reference just float away.
What reference was that?
Oh, the peanuts they're stuck on semen.
Oh, are they? Oh God. Peanuts are revolting again, are they?
Yeah, they're revolting peanuts.
So this is at the bottom. Latitude and longitude, currents, winds, weather, bearings, soundings. These are the basic data elements of any good ship's logbook. Of course they are, even today. By asking seamen to record them and share their information with others on the return of the voyage, Rook was advocating a greater openness in seagoing exploration. There you go. I've read my bit. My eyes are getting tired.
All right. What are we up to? In an appendix to the directions for seamen bound for far voyages published in the Society's 9th issue, February 12th, 1666, 2 useful instruments contrived by Robert Hooke, 1635-1703, the curator of experiments of the Royal Society, were described and illustrated. The first showed how to sound depths of the sea without a line. In Hooks, that's a figure 1 there. We'll look at that in a minute. His emphasis, thus aiding the implementation of Rook's 5th suggestion, a light wooden ball. A. Okay. Sealed with varnish or pitch to prevent its absorption of water, is carried down in the water by a heavy weight. Such a piece of lead or stone, the latter hangs from a springing wire that is attached to the ball. When the heavy stone hits the bottom, the wire compresses, releasing the ball, which then ascends to the surface. The observer measures the number of seconds or minutes the ball stays underwater, and by using tables can estimate the depth from which it has risen. According to the article, test of such a device in the Thames River proved its utility. So we can see the instrument.
Okay, I think it was proven I remember seeing, I think a YouTube video or something about this kind of thing as well, and I think it was pretty accurate.
Yeah, I know. It'd be right if we could show YouTube videos, but I don't want to risk that.
No. That was a while ago. I don't even know it was a YouTube video. It might have been a documentary about, something along those lines.
Now, if we can get stuff that's Creative Commons and not struck, that's the ones I was looking for. A second invention allowed a seaman to obtain a sample of water from any depth, as in Rook's 9th suggestion. Using the instrument would determine if seawater was less salty at or near the bottom. The Dutch traveller and historian Jan Huygen van Linstoden, 1563-1611, had claimed in an account of his East and West Indian travels that in the Persian Gulf, I don't know what that means, Hay fetched water by the island of Bahrain.
Bahrain, yeah.
Yeah, in the sea.
Yeah, do you want me to take it over from
Yeah,
there if you want?
every time I go to change.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, my eyes start to go after a while. In the sea from under the salt water, with instruments 4 or 5 fathom deep, which is very good and excellent sweet water, as good as any fountain water. Many voyagers had difficulty finding fresh water on foreign islands, so having a device that could bring such water up from the ocean would be a definite advantage. The instrument was essentially a rectangular box, and hooks figured in figure 2, with a hinge top and bottom, figure E, as it was lowered into the water, C. The hinge pieces swung up like an open valve, allowing water to pass through. However, when the box bucket was pulled steadily up, G, the hinges closed, locking in a sample of the water at the depth where the bucket's direction had changed. The article encouraged seamen to use the instrument to test Lichtenstein's, is it Lynchstone?
Yeah, Lynchstone. Yeah, that'll do.
Lynchstone, yeah, him. His claim. Thus, by hook or rook, as it were, the English were determined to have some ground rules and tools for successful explanation. There you go, that's near the bottom now. Whether or not Hook's inventions were ever tested on an expedition, they reveal some of the practical concerns of explorers in the period. Yeah, just a couple of little side notes there. At the end of the 17th century, before the Holland expedition with Englishman William Dampier, and expanded set of expedition instructions was published independently by another Royal Society member, covering the kinds of samples of flora and fauna that explorers would bring back with them. These were John Woodward's brief instruments for making observations in all parts of the world, as also for collecting, preserving, and sending other natural things, being an attempt to settle the universal correspondence from the advancement of knowledge, both natural and civil. Woodward was a geologist and physician. Society President Robert Southwell had encouraged him to write his pamphlet. The 20-page publication has 6 sections. 1, at sea; 2, upon the seashores; 3, at land; 4, an appendix relating to the natives of Guinea; Monopata, I don't know what that is, Monotapa?
Yeah, that'll do.
That one. And other less known parts of Africa, of the East and West Indies, Tartary, Greenland, and any other remote and uncivilized or pagan countries.
Pagan.
Pagan countries.
Yeah, well.
Sinners.
Well, that was written a long time ago, so.
Yeah. Directions for the collecting, preserving, and sending other natural things from foreign countries. 6, a list of natural instruments and other things that may be serviceable to the persons who make observations and collections of natural things. In section 1, Woodward improves on Rook's suggestions by asking for example for observation of tides, birds, and sea, and floating debris. In 2, he gives instructions for divers of pearl and coral, all right, and for seekers of amber. In the land section, section 3, Woodward's background in geology becomes apparent. He suggests that explorers note the sort of soils they encounter, investigate caves, grottos, and mines for minerals, and examine the earth and rocks for seashells, fish bones, and other marine bodies. Furthermore, tree types, diseases, and their seasons, and vegetable and animal production should be identified where possible. Woodward seemed prophetic here in encouraging the study of fossil evidence and the life cycles of disease, which would prove useful even in Europe. In section 4, dealing with the people living in the remote countries, Woodward's interests combine those with both physical and cultural anthropology. He believes that physical features are important, body shapes, colors, and adornments, but he also wants to explorers to observe the natives' temperaments, their virtues and vices. From a Christian standpoint, yeah.
Question mark, yeah.
Yeah. Their ideas of creation and time, their laws and government. Section 5, the longest part, concerns the specimens to be brought back. Woodward explains what to choose and how many of each type to preserve, noting that all places and seasons are worth observing and collecting efforts of expeditions. He describes how to pack up teeth, minerals, and fossil shells in boxes, trunks, or barrels to dry and to preserve plants in paper, and to keep the more rare and curious tender entrails of beasts, fish, fowl, and serpents in jars filled with rum, brandy, or wine. What a race to rum! Didn't they preserve when who was that famous seaman? Jeez, what's his name? When he was killed in a battle, they apparently preserved him in rum as well, didn't they? Absolute waste of one. Jesus. Anyway, aware of the numerous tasks he'd been delegating to future voyages, Woodward strikes a more reasonable attitude in his conclusion. Scroll up a bit.
Yeah, I'll read that bit if I can.
Oh, okay. Yeah, cool.
'Tis not expected that any one single persons will have leisure to attend to so many things, and therefore 'tis only requested that he make such observations and collections, more or less as many as best suitable to his convenience and to his business. If there be never so few observations made or things collected, yet even they will be very gratefully received. In addition, the more obvious scientific instruments, weather glass devised by the name Robert Hooke mentioned above, thermometer, quadrant, that one would need on an expedition. Woodward added chisels and hammers to his list of recommendations. The geologist recognised the usefulness of the tools of his trade for examining minerals and rocks.
Do you want to read that bit again?
Yeah.
A third Royal Society initiative was made directly by Society President James Douglas, Earl of Morton, to Captain James Cook as he was setting out on his first voyage in 1768. Hints offered to the consideration of Captain Cook, Mr. Banks, Dr. Solander, and other gentlemen who go upon the expedition on board the Endeavour. These principles related more to the proper handling of social interactions between the crew and indigenous peoples, anticipating problems and seeking preempt their development. To exercise the utmost patience and forbearance with respect to the natives of several lands where the ship may touch. To check the petulance of the sailors and restrain the wanton use of firearms. And whatever else went on as well. To have it still in view that shedding the blood of those people is a crime of the highest nature. They are human creatures, the work of the same omnipotent author, equally under his care, with the most polished European, perhaps being less offensive, more entitled to his favour. They are the natural and, in restricted sense of the word, the legal possessive of several regions they inhabit. European nation has a right to occupy any part of their country or settle among them without voluntary consent. No European nation has a right to occupy. Yeah, I should have said. Scroll up a bit.
Oh, wrong way.
No, other way.
The other way. Where were we?
A bit more. We're at conquest at the moment. We can keep going. Okay. That'll do for now. Conquest over such people can give no just title because they could never be aggressors. There are many ways to convince them of the superiority of Europeans without slaying any of these poor people. The attitudes of the time. If the ship should fortunately discover any part of a well-inhabited continent, many new subjects in natural history might be imported, and useful branches of commerce set on foot, which possess a time might prove highly beneficial to Britain. Are they insinuating slavery? Let me read that again. If the ship should fortunately discover any part of a well-inhabited continent, many new subjects in natural history might be imported, and useful branches of commerce set on foot, which process of time might prove highly beneficial to Britain.
What do they mean?
No, sure. Kind of implies almost slavery, really, doesn't it? Some sort.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's a well-inhabited continent. It's already inhabited. New subjects in natural history might be imported.
Not sure what they're referring to. Could be animals of some sort.
I don't know.
Anyway, Lord Morton then suggests that the expedition note the natural disposition of the people, their progress in science and astronomy, and the methods of communicating their thoughts over distance. The character of their persons, features, complexion, dress, habitations, foods, and weapons, etc. And their religion, morals, order, government, distinctions of power, police, and unnatural productions of of the country, including animals, vegetables, and minerals. Much of these echoes Woodward's instructions of the previous century. In effect, Cook had been given both rough moral and practical guide. Yeah, very moralistic Christian sort of values they expect. Yeah, keep going.
Morton
go
died 2 months after Cook sailed. Okay.
Yeah, well, Cook came to his demise as well.
Well, this is
Eventually,
the last bit I can read, I think. It
okay.
was not too difficult a leap for the Royal Society to make from Woodward's 17th century every man's practical guide to its 18th century notion that expeditions should take real specialists along for the journey, such as artists, botanists, and physicians. In fact, as the sponsor of Cook's first voyage, the Royal Society insisted on the inclusion of Joseph Banks, the English naturalist and botanist. Indeed, this tradition is continued even on today's cruise ships, where subject specialists such as is that ornithologists, ornithologists, marine
Yeah.
biologists, and historians provide lectures on as informative entertainment to the tourist passengers. Thus, within 100 years, the Royal Society had developed progressively more robust practices and humane principles for the benefit of government, science, and yet to be discovered subjects. It would remain to be seen how these things operated in the field, the true test of any new idea, culminating in the three landmark voyages of Cook in the 1760s and 1770s. 250 years after the first European expedition, Ferdinand Magellan dared enter into the vastness of the Pacific Ocean. Ooh. There's an insert here. In the narratives of his voyage, Cook would try to comply with these Royal Society instructions and hints by providing great detail, often illustrated, of all aspects of the lives of the people he encountered. In his coverage of Tahiti, for example, one chapter he subtitled "A Particular Description of the Island, its Produce and Inhabitants, their Dress, Habitation, Food, Domestic Life and Amusements." Writing about Tahitian tools and manufactured materials, Cook devotes several pages describing how the women make tapa cloth from the bark of paper mulberry trees. Their principal manufacture is their cloth. In the making of dyeing, which I think there are some particulars which may instruct even the artificers of Great Britain, and for that reason any description will be more minute. The shape of this instrument, I will show those pictures up in a minute, is not like a square razor strop, only it has only its handle is longer, and each of its four sides or faces is marked lengthwise with small grooves or furrows at different degrees of fineness. They beat it first with the coarsest side of this mallet, keeping time like our smiths. It spreads very fast under the strokes. Chiefly, however, in the breadth, and the grooves in the mallet mark it with the appearance of threads. It is successively beaten with the other sides, last with the finest, and then it is fit for use. Cook was the first explorer to bring this native cloth, still popular with today's tourists of Pacific Islands, to the attention of Europe. From Volume 2 of Hawkesworth's An Account of the Voyages Undertaken by the Order of His Present Majesty for Making Discoveries in the Southern Hemisphere, London, 1773. Well, if they're original drawings, I like how they draw them back then. If that's the original ones.
Yeah,
Right.
obviously all drawn by
Okay.
hand, obviously.
Right. Okay, I'm going to have to look into some details in amongst all that, what we read, to see if there's anything we can get from that. It's the navigational side of it that's very vague. Like we have to look into it a bit more. Like we know what the instrument, what instruments they used in that, which I do have some other tabs open for all that, but I might have to leave that for next time. Alright, get back to there. Alright. Oh. That one really made my eyes water trying to read that one.
I mean, slavery wasn't abolished in Britain until 1807. I just found out. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's the thinking of what they were like back then, because things like slavery and lesser civilizations, bring Christianity, comparing it to Christianity, or so to speak, what they're like. Like when we got colonised here, the inhabitants were already here. Yeah, just push them aside. Don't worry about them.
Yeah. I mean, all laws, I mean, to a certain lesser extent here in the UK, the church still has an influence over at least not necessarily the laws themselves, but over where the laws are passed. Because if you look at the House of Lords and how our system works, there's still a lot of influence from the church. But in those days, all laws were made on, based on Christian values or supposed Christian values anyway.
Okay. We know if we've got any Lindsays or not. Have a look. Oh, that was another story too that was during the week.
I'll be back in a few minutes, guys. Won't be long.
It was the F-16 pilot with Globebusters. I haven't verified that yet, what sort of F-16 pilot he was or whatever yet. Well, he made that mistake, which is, we don't know if it was a mistake or the way he said it about the bearing that he said.
When he quoted a star date instead of a bearing.
Yeah. Yeah, 2045.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, he said that, and he said in the same sentence, right 2 o'clock.
Mm.
As if there's a left 2 o'clock.
Yeah.
I'm not sure where he gets his clocks from.
No.
Clocks don't come in Polish notation. I'm sorry.
No.
Yeah, well, we don't even know where we could contact him, because it'd be alright if you could get another interview with him. I'm sure some people would.
I'm not trying to say the guy's not a. Yeah, I'm not trying to say the guy's not a pilot at all.
Mm.
It was just odd hearing that that sort of thing come from a guy.
Yeah.
It's so ingrained in us. Even private pilots, or guys like me. If you've done any degree of it, and a guy that claims he's got 400 hours of combat time has got a lot of hours in the air. It's kind of hard to forget any of that, I think.
Okay.
But he comes across as a very genuine, humble, sort of genuine fellow,
Yeah,
so
he does. He does seem quite average in that way.
Yeah. Yeah, likable sort of guy, sure. We'll give him a break.
Lindsay. Wait, Lindsay.
Maybe
I'm
he'll get
staying.
his head up his ass. Lindsay?
That's what somebody said out there. Wolf said, "Wait, Lindsay. I hadn't even mentioned Lindsay yet." How did they get that? They got mind readers or something.
Oh, God.
Oh dear.
Oh, golly, golly. Lindsay will explain us each and everything.
Yep. Where are we up to with him? I'll share it so we can see in here. There we go. I think we watched that. That looks like we watched that one. We haven't. These ones haven't been watched. So that was part 2. We might as well just go to this one. Because that was a week ago. That's part 2, and there's only one flat Earth design, and it cannot be debunked. Well, we keep saying that. We can't debunk what we don't even understand. Okay, we'll grab that one. I heard something opening.
That's my preparation for Lindsay.
What? Not a can? It wouldn't be. It's not a can of Coke, I bet you.
No.
They're called UDLs, aren't they? Those canned ones. I haven't tried.
Unfortunately, it's 8 a.m. where I am, so
it's morning.
As much as I probably need to have a few beers, it's a little early for me.
I'll definitely have to make the stream another time of the day for you, Blue. When summertime comes around, because I'll be to your winter time by then. Yeah. Alright. Okay. Press play.
It is summer. What do you mean when summertime comes around?
Oh, I don't drink. I don't drink beer.
Hi guys. I just thought I'd do a video today to clear a few things up.
What clear what up?
Videos.
That'll be
What?
That'll be a switch. That'll be a real change.
It's out of character for Lindsay.
Yeah, I was just thinking if he tries to clear things up from the time he started streaming all these videos way back when. Okay. This will be just more confusing.
Watch all these flat earth sites out there. Well, I don't actually, but
Can't
anyway,
see it. Oh, sorry, Peanuts. Sorry, made a mistake. Let me know when you see it, Wolfie.
I'm watching.
I got it? All good?
I'm watching. It's not there yet. No, can't see it. Not yet. Waiting. Waiting patiently. Waiting. Still waiting. Well, there's a big delay. There it is. It's up. Go. You can go.
Oh, okay, go.
And the birds are
Hi
going.
guys.
Play.
I just thought I'd do a video today to clear a few things up. About why I do these videos. Now, you watch all these flat earth sites out there. Well, I don't actually, but the only way I catch them is by watching that idiot Simon Dan and making dicks out of all these guys with their flat earth sites. I'm not like them. I don't come on here to make a dick of myself in front of most people out there who don't get the picture, just because I have my own special opinion.
Oh, it's him again, is it?
I do all these videos because I know it's written. I can read ancient text, all the ancient philosophies, and understand what they're saying because they're in riddle form.
Well, he's got something going for him. He said he could read.
The only way to imagine it is like...
At least he said it's his opinion as well, at least.
The only way to imagine it would be like...
So at least it's not that arrogant.
These are all the stories. Like regarding one particular mythological story. These are all the tales. So there's 10 there, right? But in there, and there, and there, come together to form the true picture. This is what I see, and I know, because it's right there, but the average guy can't see it. This is why I'm doing the videos, to show you, to get it out there, to show the people who are interested and looking, so I can put it together and show you how it all works. So that's basically where I'm coming from. With this video, I thought it deserved its own video because a lot of people just aren't getting it. You have to understand this is our flat earth model, and in the centre here is an unseen vortex. Everything is in there that is projected out into our realm. The only time we see this is when the sun turns away.
Can you pause for a second, Terry?
Yeah, well, I was just going to say, if it's unseen, if something's unseen, how do you know it's there? Yeah, how do you know it's there if it's unseen?
That was going to be my first point, right? Okay,
right.
As you know, I'm fairly new to this guy, right?
Yeah,
so
you're a virgin with this guy. Sorry,
I'm a virgin with this guy. Yeah, a bit. So let me get something straight. So between these two domes that he's got drawn on there.
Oh, he doesn't know about the boobs. We've got to explain all that to you now. Oh.
Well, I'm not. I've got nothing against boobs. Don't get me wrong.
Okay. We'll explain the drawing a little bit because we should have indoctrinated you with one of his earlier videos.
Yeah, so let me ask the question. Right,
yeah, okay, you ask the question first because I can explain to you the model basically, okay?
So between these lovely pair of whatever they are, boots, right? He's drawn a dotted line and he's pointing out right now. Is that the flat Earth? Is that what we live on?
No. Okay. You got to completely arse up.
I'm not the only one that's got boobs arse up.
This is like a cross section of a donut.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So if you imagine cutting a donut in half horizontally and then laterally, what you're looking at there, and the bottom part of it is the flat Earth, and those two halves are the toroidal dome.
I've got you.
With the vortex being the whole of the donut, so to speak.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Got it.
Yep.
There's more though, but we don't want to flood. We don't want to flood you too much.
So that explains the boobs.
It's really quite obvious, Gabriel. Once you look at
it. And you have to understand that everything that we know of is contained within that central vortex, including the Milky Way, the black hole, which contains the sun, by the way. So don't ask me how the sun shines out of a black hole.
Yeah.
But I thought that bit was unseen.
So simply put, all the stuff we can see is in that part that you can't see.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. And it's projected out somehow, even though we can't see into it, it's projected out of there onto the dome by some mechanism that we haven't had explained yet.
Don't confuse the poor boy.
And electromagnetism is involved, which controls the weather.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I've heard worse.
And we've got projections of, which is we don't know where it's projected from or how it works with that one for the sun and the moon.
And you have to understand the Gaussian physics to.
I know all about Gaussian physics.
Yeah, Gaussian physics.
Yeah,
perihelium and aphelium.
Gaussian physics. Oh yeah, I know all about that. I learned all about that in school. So Gaussian physics got nothing to do with any other kind of physics that we know about then. I'll take it.
Yeah. And it's kind of related to Egyptian physics without the P.
Yeah. And we know it's night time because we see the back of the sun. Or something. I don't know, something like that.
See the back of the sun. Oh yeah. God. Okay, let's talk.
There's so much silliness it's hard to explain it all in one go.
Yeah, no, that's probably about is good enough. I'll try and learn as I go along.
Yeah.
I'll try.
Well, yeah, let that sink in for a few minutes. It'll get much fucking worse.
And I don't mind you saying press pause or whatever to jump in at any time. Please.
Okay.
Please jump in at any time.
As regularly as possible.
Oh, we forgot to put him up to
Yeah, you got to go to Lindsay speed.
yeah, got to get a Lindsay's feet. Yeah, I forgot about that one.
Yeah, when you've been playing this on the show before, I thought that was just his natural voice. But no, I'm only joking. I knew it.
Here we go.
And it becomes nighttime, and the sun, the side, reflects everything back into our night sky. Everything is mirror images. Understanding the shape of a vortex, turning vortex, the vortex winding up like this. But it takes 26,000 years for this to do, or to get from A to B. It's turning every 24 hours. The whole center of the universe turns 360 degrees every 24 hours, or thereabouts. So it looks like this.
What?
So you're going to get a star here, but in 25,000 years, or 26,000 years, it's gone right back around to here. Because the sun's
Sorry,
in the
is he
centre.
telling me that Pluto takes 24 hours to revolve around the sun? Is he serious?
Yeah.
I mean, even the bloody hell.
Okay, we're going to break casual before the end of the bloody video.
I think you nearly have.
You have to try to imagine like you're floating in a cesspool of shit, right? The last thing you want to do is open your mouth. Just listen. That's all.
Just let it flow in.
Yeah, just let it. Yeah, it's gonna seep in wherever it can. Don't give it any help, okay?
I can just imagine you casual every time I'm getting ready to press the pause button. Every time you go, what?
Polaris. It's a night view of Polaris. It's up here. It doesn't move. These stars.
Right, that's Polaris. Okay. Now, what about the southern sky rotation with its Cygnus Octantis or something, isn't it? The one we got. I can't remember the exact name.
Yeah.
I wonder if you'll mention that one in relation to Polaris.
Stars here will come closer. Polaris doesn't move. The sun is always fixed there in the centre. It turns that little bit because it's going around the axis of the black hole. The black hole's in the centre. The sun turns. It's a egg shape, which makes all
there
these
we go.
planets
There's
out
your
here
black
because
hole.
they're doing an elliptic to science. Because everything's exploded out. Only appears to be an elliptic because it's in relation to the elliptic shape of the sun and the black hole. So the great precession is all the way around. But it's slowly moving up as well.
I'm getting it.
That's the great precession, but over the yearly cycle of the sun there,
I don't know what I'm getting, but I'm getting something.
so the sun follows this magnetic field. So it's winding up like that. But then it winds back down on this angle as it turns. This is the seasonal fluctuations as it turns. The sun follows this magnetic field because it's all crammed in that tight magnetic vortex, which science knows about. You have to get a strong magnetic field to create the plasma. That's what's happening. It's all verified through science. You just have to put your head around it and get the whole picture. But that's how it works. The sun never moves. Polaris never moves. It's just BS. There's these stars here they're comparing it with that are winding around in the precession of the equinox. The great year, 26,000 years. Check out some Indian history on YouTube channels. There's a lot of videos coming out now. Just try and get one that's close to clear English. That's the struggle. And pretty strong Indian accents. That's the problem. So that's how that works, right? Now, this is the main outer vortex, the main background star way out here, but right in the middle here, we have the Milky Way. It's vertical. The Milky Way's in here, in the centre. The sun's there at the centre. The Milky Way's like this. The wings of the serpent. Typhon. That's Zeus. See, you've all been led to believe that Jupiter is Zeus. No, it's not. They only think this because they believe the spinning ball theory bullshit. It's not. When you understand the true model, you'll know that Zeus represents the sun, not Jupiter. Zeus is Jesus. Jesus, Zeus. Jesus is the sun.
Oh my
Jesus
God.
sits at the top. He's the white light. Sits on the top. Walks on water. The different atmospheric pressure layers of moisture. The sun's at the top because they have to see through the light spectrum to get pure white light.
Isn't Jesus' name a different name going back when? I didn't think.
Yeah, I mean,
Probably.
yeah. Oh, hello, Alan.
Oh, Alan,
Alan.
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 Steve. Steve.
So this seems to be, I don't know, like is it sort of like ancient Indian philosophy of some kind or something? Because he mentioned people with Indian accents talking about this stuff or something. I don't know. Where does it come from? Anybody know?
Oh, he's into a lot of the Egyptian
Yeah.
Gaussian type history.
Oh, anything ancient he's into.
So it sounds like he's fusing this all together. This Grecian stuff and ancient Greek philosophy by the looks of things, and anything ancient really, kind of fusing it together somehow, and creating a whole load of horseshit.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Oh, you're getting there. Yeah.
I'm learning.
Oh, Terry, you've got a naked Judy in the chat.
Oh, have I? Okay, I'll fix that. Okay. There'll be a quiz at the end of the video, just in case, Matt.
What I've got? What you're going to be test? You're going to test me on stuff. Is that what you were saying?
I missed a naked person, did I?
Oh, Lindsay can't repeat it. How do you think Casual's going to?
Judy, if you're subbed, you get a spanner. So I don't like naked people out there. And who is this? Well, this is Lindsay. Well, Lindsay, there's Judy. Judy, Lindsay. There you are. I've introduced you.
Was Andrea? Is that Ozzie Andrea at the chat there? Is that? Oh, long time no see. I've seen her for a long time. How are you?
Wolf said, "Woohoo quiz." Yeah, on Lindsay.
Terry, can you just reassure me that you are playing this at 1.25 or 1.5?
Yeah. I had to. Yeah, I forgot. I did forget, but I fixed it up. Yeah.
Oh, brilliant.
Matt thought this was his normal voice.
So no,
he does sound better when you speed him up a little bit.
Yeah, no. It's when I first rejoined, watching this and stuff like that. When I first watching it, I was thinking, hold on a minute, is this speeded up or is this guy's natural voice? And I was thinking, actually, it's natural voice. No, and then he started the way he was moving, and I was thinking, well, he can't draw that quickly. Yeah.
Okay, more stupid.
Yeah, it's better speeded up anyway.
Yeah.
Obviously, we don't see the colours. The only time we can see them is in the rainbow. Understand? Christ. The sun. In there. There's Zeus. Not Jupiter. Not Jupiter.
What? Jupiter?
Now, there's the Milky Way. It's vertical in there. How can it be vertical when we see it horizontal out here? Because you have to understand what you get in a reflective concave reflection. The parabolic effect. If this is turning...
hang on just a second.
Oh, okay.
I was going to say, depending on which direction I'm looking at what time of the night, the Milky Way can be like vertical, straight over the top of my head, or vertical the other side. In fact, it pretty much arcs straight over the top, doesn't it? So
yeah,
there's always bits of it that's vertical in your field of view.
And you can't just say parabolic reflector and have that explain any sort of horse shit that he brings up. I mean, like, he obviously has no idea the way mirrors work.
he certainly has absolutely no idea how parabolic mirrors work.
No.
Well, let's face it, I don't think he has anything in life he knows how to work, how it works for the sun's thing the way he's going on.
Yeah, there was a claim by Flurfus to do with a bowl shape and light reflecting in it, and then I looked on the internet and there's actually a video of a bloke that I forget who it did, it might have been Action Lab or someone, that actually got a bowl or a ball and put a camera inside it to show you what effect you'd have with light. It doesn't look like what they explain it, that's for sure.
Mm. It's the I nearly lost it when he was talking about elliptical orbits, and the black hole and the sun apparently is elliptical or something. He was saying, was it something like that?
Yeah.
Kind of lost it a bit there.
I kind of think that the black hole behind the sun is for him what Core Hard Logic calls the magic shape changing lampshade.
Oh yeah, because that would explain the way the light works on a flat Earth is that it will only go so far, and
But we also know that for it to actually work on a flat surface, light would have to operate on an inverse cubic relationship, not an inverse square. Because Stingray did that in his model, didn't he?
Yeah. Press play.
Here's a more generalized question though, right? Is why is it that people like him and flat earthers are always looking for the most complicated explanation for something? Why can't they just accept the most simplest explanation? Have you noticed that? Every single term, they're always looking for something that's more complicated. You think, well, here's the explanation. This is just so simple. Why can't you just accept that? Oh no. That's not how it works. It's got to be a complicated explanation.
And we have this two symmetrical skies, opposing arcs. We'll get an image here, which will be this here. It reflects out here at night. It just happens to create this Milky Way horizontally out here. Now, but we also see the Milky Way here. If anybody out south in the southern hemisphere with a good camera can do star trail photography, and this will not go beyond this point. The tropical, it's either the tropical, celestial tropical zone of Capricorn, or the celestial equator. I can't remember now. I've got plenty of videos. I could go back, but it's quite obvious. You know this gap here because it's straight through our sky. The other star rotations, everything starts curving about here and there. Best way to do it is to do it when Orion's belt's coming through to get you the definite centre straight line. But the Milky Way, I'll draw that a bit better. It sort of comes up from the east
Blackpool with the end of his sleeve,
swinging around like this.
Hey,
He just did, yeah.
what did he do?
Did he just clean the blackboard by putting his sleeve up over the heel of his hand and rubbing it off?
I think he did, yeah.
No, I think he grabbed a rag.
Oh, no, he's got a cloth. He grabbed the rag.
Yeah, he reached over and grabbed it.
Yeah, there you go.
It sort of comes up from the east and then ends up swinging around like this. There's south, there's north. There's our gap between the two rotations. I'm down south. I'll just see a little bit of the northern on the horizon there, but
Between
northern
the
sky.
two rotations. Okay.
But there
So
isn't
this is what
a
the
gap.
Milky Way will be doing. It does this curl like this over the night, runs right down over to the west. But it just comes up here, starts moving around like this. Well, and this is the way it works. The north side. If you're in the northern hemisphere, this is what you see. They're opposite. See?
Yeah, why,
It's a parabolic
Lindsay?
effect. The mirror image is out here. Now, whether this
Mirror image.
in
But
here
why-
at night,
why is it
if the
only
sun's
on
in
that
here,
side
it's
of his,
turned on Milky Way.
His
It's the
donut. Why
crocodile
isn't
the
it on the
Egyptians
other
show
side
us.
of his donut?
Crocodile head.
Well, I'm guessing it's supposed to run all the way around all the way around the donut in the middle.
Okay, I get you.
Yeah, it must do. You must do, yeah. That's... God. It's more and more complicated, doesn't it?
Yeah, but he draws it. He's trying to draw it on one axis when you view it, and then he draws it like as if he's drawing it on a different axis, and I'm not sure which way he's thinking when he draws.
So, is this dome then? Is it all full of like opposing mirrors or something? is this pretty much the crux of
It's
his whole
somehow
idea?
it's
Yeah.
somehow a reflected surface.
Lindsay tends to use the word reflected image or reflection or projection as a magic explain all. He has no idea how reflections and mirrors actually work or how an image is formed in a mirror. He just uses it as a catch-all explanation to explain things that he can't really explain in any other way.
Unless he's
I
not
mean,
talking-
I'm just curious as to how all this is being reflected. In what way? Because
Oh, don't break your brain, Matt, trying to figure it out too much.
He's never actually explained that, Matt. He's never actually said how it's reflected. He just, like I said, uses that term reflected image as an explanation without understanding how that sort of thing actually really
because of course it needs to be reflected off from something. It's not you can't just magically reflect something from nothing. You know? But he hasn't. He hasn't actually sort of explained how that's done at all. Then, right? Okay, fine. Right.
No.
Paul, what I'd like to know is, does he even know the equation for the parabola of his parabolic mirrors?
No, of course he wouldn't.
Of course he wouldn't.
Because he wouldn't even know the lens formulas or mirror formulas that apply here.
Because personally, I like cosec squared for a parabolic mirror.
But there's no mirror though.
Well, no, but I mean, if I actually had a real parabolic mirror, I like cosec squared.
I'm just being a bit facetious, to be honest.
I know. Don't worry, so was I, because I used to work with a parabolic mirror that was 60 feet wide and 20 feet tall, that happened to have cosec squared.
Yeah, that's right, Blue. Listening to intelligent people try to understand Lindy borders on disturbing, doesn't it? We're all disturbed. We can't help it.
Something like that.
Okay.
That's the sun. That's well, maybe it's not that way. Maybe it's this way.
It could be the other way, Lindsay.
The sun shines through the black hole. It comes through the black hole.
Yeah, light comes through a black hole.
All the black holes represented over here, one of the two. But anyway, that's the eye, represents the sun. That's what the Egyptians have left us. It's also seen in Mayan mythology, the crocodile. And you'll notice their crocodile head, like this, and like this.
Trying to draw a crocodile.
And they have this little locking system here. So like where you go in, you can't get out, because that's coming down through here.
No, drew a duck, Red.
After your death, we all pass down through here. If you're a dodo, if you wake up, you're going to go into the light, the light of the sun, which is off to the side. The dung hole, black hole, or go through the light. That's what they're telling us. Now, so you've got this rotation. You've got this big vortex rotating. That's turning. Then you have this concaved sky. We're talking moisture. It's basically water. Moisture that's creating the mirror image. The film of water. The electromagnetic field. And then you've got this other symmetrical
That explains a lot now, Matt.
You don't understand all that. Don't check out 100-year-old celestial navigation. Or any celestial stuff that's 150 years old. It's all there. Celestial navigation, they show you this. That's all they work on. It's all within here. Because all this
celestial
comes down to wherever
navigation are only 150 years old.
The meridian,
go back a little bit more.
You are zenith. No matter where you are, it all comes back to you.
Yeah, that's what I said, Zebulon.
Because you are a fractal of the light. All light comes to you. All light will come to this guy too. This is why you cannot determine what anything's doing from a particular place on Earth, because it's always coming back to you.
Oh yeah, that's another one I remember for you, Matt. Wherever you are standing individually, for what you see, it's like your own little circle of like your own personal dome, so to speak. But
I've come across that before. Personal domes.
It's for how you see things. individually.
Yeah. So this personal dome moves around me wherever I am.
However you see things or something. I can't remember. It was going back a bit, that one.
Yeah, because magic personal domes allow you to twist the stuff that's on the big dome to look correct to how we see it.
Yeah.
Cause reasons.
Yeah, because
reasons. Yeah.
All these celestial bodies are up here, and they were called satellites. And now, of course, we understand it all came from radar frequencies. Everything is frequencies because light is frequencies.
Frequencies.
It come from radar frequencies, did it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Or don't start Alan off. You started Alan now. You started him
now. Trigger warning.
Frequency bands. See, so this is where we dwell out here. This is tropics. That's where we see the sun. We see the sun here, but the actual sun is back in here. The unknown, unseen. All the ancient cultures knew about it. The tree of life.
Yeah, unseen.
Eric
You can't see
video on all the cultures and all their mythological beliefs of this centre tree. How did they all know about that? It's unseen. How did they know? Because this is what all ancient knowledge is telling us. It was all laid out. Probably, before we all turned up, basically. And the information was
a great stand-up comedian, wouldn't
but it's this modern generation of men. They're trying to wipe it from history. That's what they do. It's evil. People running your world. They scrub history. They're the victors. They go and invade countries, destroy them, steal the information, rewrite it. The Fire of Alexandria, the Library of Alexandria, it might have been down, but they would have stolen the information first. They keep it, rewrite their stuff, and say it's all destroyed.
Well, he's not far wrong on that, in what he's saying there.
But it's just understanding the parabolic effect. So there's your vortex.
Especially the British.
It's turning. That's turning. You're getting a reflection out here. So there's your Milky Way. There's your Milky Way. So it's just the way things are, the way it creates this image here, because it all comes over to here. It's to do with the moisture, because they've got the tropical moisture here, which is this is the high, the low pressure zone, and this is all out high pressure out here. From the Arctics, it's the flow of everything. It's this barrier here that creates the image. Remember, it's all moisture. It's all reflected into the moisture in the atmosphere. So it's just the way it is. It just gives you an image here, and that is parabolic. Gives you the image out here. Go on, just check out what parabolic images do. Reflectors do and stuff. Concave mirrors. The other way could be that creates this, and then that reflects back onto there. That's another way to think of it. But this is how it all works. It all makes sense. You think about it, it all adds up. And other people want me to explain more how our realm could all be based on frequencies. Well, it is.
Yeah, Paul, it makes sense to him.
My videos, you'll know everything is created from the black hole.
Nobody else, but just to him.
Our whole existence, our whole realm is like a holographic. It's a hologram. And it's all based on frequencies from the black hole. And that's associated with the human brain. We think, we dream, we create things in our dream. It's the same thing.
How we get
There's the black hole.
frequencies out of the black hole, I don't know.
Apparently it's all a dream as well. It's frequencies
all
based on a dream.
Sound, resonating
It's
frequencies.
bloody dream.
Vibrations.
Vibration.
So, and that's the meaning to life. It's the human, that's the earth brain.
Good
human brain.
vibrations.
Alan.
Look at it that way. There's a donut, full donut. Otherwise, you come back to what I've been showing all along. The magnetic field goes like this. So there's our brain, two hemispheres, and we see the sun here, don't we? Well, we have to wake our light up.
We see the
It's all
sun
about
further
the
over.
meaning to life, finding our resonating frequency to wake that up. Earth was created because it found the right resonating frequency. Bang! It came into existence.
Hold on.
This
hold
is the bang.
on.
Big bang.
What? What?
So, right, did he just say that we have to find our own resonant frequencies for the sun? Is that what he just said?
He just said everything came into existence with a bang and resonant frequencies. Well, actually, if you have a perfect impulse, you have an infinite number of frequencies. You have all of the possible frequencies.
Apparently, it's each of our own personal resonant frequencies for the sun. Is it pretty much, is that what he said?
Oh, I don't know.
What do you do? What? Oh,
All I know is I suppose if you hit things with a real impulse, yes, they tend to end up vibrating at their resonant frequency, um, because you've put all of the possible frequencies into them, so it picks the ones. It essentially picks the one it likes.
yeah.
Science has got that part right. There was a Big Bang, but it moves ever so slowly in time.
So he's agreeing with the Big Bang, even though the scientific field hasn't really agreed with it 100%. Because it was only back in, what, the 80s, wasn't it, that the bloke came up with the theory?
No, that was
Or the 70s?
It was. I thought it was earlier than that. I thought it was the 60s, but it doesn't matter. The Big Bang wasn't a flipping impulse.
It wasn't a bang.
And it wasn't a bang. It was a. What are you going to call? I can't even think what you're going to call it. It was a fairly quick inflation.
Yeah, let's call it a reaction and an inflation of some description. Yeah, it wasn't even an explosion, really, was it?
No, it was just an inflation. The universe was really, really little, and it inflated very quickly.
It's like
having a beach ball and connecting it to a 300 bar dive cylinder and opening the tap right up. That ball's going to inflate really fast.
Like an airbag.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
like stationary, apart from the 26,000 years of the precession of the equinoxes, for that to get all the way back around to here. It's the sun. You have to realise, you have to find this. That's the meaning, and once you've found it, it will blow you away. You don't know anything until you wake that thing up. And just in search of it, just being in search of it is cool. Like these flat earthers, they're halfway there.
Yeah.
They know it's there. That's why they want to get out and tell everybody, because they're halfway there. They've opened their brains up.
Just like to say that.
But most people are just,
no names come up with the goods. Lemaitre in the 1930s for the Big Bang. Terry.
Oh, okay. I just remember reading something about it in the 70s or 80s or something. Somebody spoke about it. I'll have to find that.
they go through the education system and get programmed. So all this isn't in the program. So they're oblivious to it. Human brain gets programmed from the age of 5. That's why they send you off to school. So you have to believe everything they teach you. Life's a program. Get out of it. Come into this one. Find the truth. Spread the news. Read up about it. Search it. Typhon, Zeus does battle because the Milky Way, it turns 360 degrees. Day and night. Who's going to win? Day or night? Typhoon? The back of the sun? The underworld? Or...
He's not going to elaborate on the indoctrination accusation for schooling, is he? Just going to brush straight past that one.
Of course he is.
Yeah.
Zeus, daylight. Daylight always wins in the mythological stories, even though they're 50-50, aren't they? But, life is about light. Light wins.
So is he saying there's like a constant battle between night and day, and therefore day always wins? But how come then night always comes back again? Then does night win then, and then day wins? And is that what he's saying? No, I don't know.
Star. What's the morning star? It's not Zeus or the sun. The morning star is the enlightened person. Someone has woken this thing up. It's all about the morning light, the morning star. It's a new day. He's come into like a new world. So prove me wrong there. Show me something that makes you think that it's Venus. You check out everything. Go right through science. What do they say about Venus? What do all the mythological stories say about Venus? What's the colour of it? What's its movement? And it tells you that Venus moves in the opposite direction. Well, it doesn't move in the opposite direction. That's badly interpreted. Venus phases opposite to the moon. It phases opposite. It doesn't move opposite. Everything moves in the one motion, one direction. Everything moves that way. But the moon phases this way, full moon behind the back of the sun. Venus is neutral behind the back of the sun. Its full blossom is out here in the front. If it's during the day, you don't know, do you? See, I know all this stuff. I'm not here just to make a dick of myself because I've got an idea. I believe the world does this. I must be right because I've got the idea. It's better than everybody else's. No, I can verify it. It's all there. It's all written.
This is the first thing he said that's bloody true.
You know, some guys might be interested in this. Where have I got with this? Well, basically nowhere because
looks like
I've
a
only just
meringue,
found a
doesn't
company
it?
that will actually
What
sell
the
me
hell is that?
42 kgs of this copper.
That's the styrofoam
So
donut.
to make this model, I thought, yeah, that's going to cost me like $1,200 more. I'm thinking, well, there's no point rushing out and buying it because I don't know how to create the model. Then when that's it there, but I have to, it has to be properly designed by some brilliant engineer. One of these has to turn. This has to sit up there, sit outside. This needs more copper, but they have to be the same resonating frequency. That's rotation and this. That.
Okay, now
So
I've
we're
got even more
winding.
questions, but I'm not going to answer. I'm not going to answer.
Anyway, this has to turn. Well, one has to turn.
No, that's
It can't
probably
be
good.
To the centre here because that's
No,
where the magic is in
Yeah,
there.
I'll just leave it
So
at
the magic's
that.
out here, but it has to be sucked in through there to create the permanent, like the sun, the plasma.
He crosses
charge,
the
the
streams too.
To keep everything flowing. So this part here has to, that'll have to stay fixed somehow.
Where it comes
Well,
down
that's
through
that too,
the
but Then I
equator.
can come up with a design. I will go and make it. But this is the free energy. It comes this
Free energy.
and this creates a third entity, which gets sucked back into there and keeps the thing flowing. It's self-feeding. This is what the sun does. The magnetic field self-feeding the sun.
Eating.
People think this is a joke. No. But you know, I'm not an electrical engineer, so I can't
Lindsay's
use it.
self-feeding.
Nothing.
You have to get the right resonating frequency. Get the power supply in here.
I want to
power
see what
supply
we did
there.
on the bottom of the
Exactly the
board.
same. You have
He's
the
got
same
all
amount
the
of
wires all
windings.
joined together.
Obviously, it's spread out more around here, but it's still the same length as what's in.
Oh,
You
show
have the same right resonating. People think this is a joke.
there.
Oh.
So he's just. So that's supposed to be the under our Earth then.
No,
Yeah.
but you know, I'm not an electrical engineer, so I can't even test it. Actually, you have to get the right resonating frequency. Get the power supply in here, power supply there. Exactly the same.
So if you got an
You have the same
electrical
amount-
engineer, if you actually spoke to an electrical
Lindsay.
engineer, and he was, and then Lindsay tried to explain what he wanted, electrical engineer would just tell him where to go.
So what's the
Yeah.
idea of this wire then? Is this supposed to represent like a? What is this supposed to represent?
This is so he can create his magnetic fields.
Oh yeah.
However,
yeah.
However, he's going to have a job creating magnetic fields with all the wires joined together in the middle like that, isn't
yeah,
it?
exactly. It's not a coil.
It's not anything.
anything. No,
Yeah.
it's not.
I'd
You
like
know,
to see him hook it up, actually.
Yeah, connect a battery, connect a to a 240 volt
Come
to
on.
it. Hold on to it. Styrofoam would just melt away.
With no ground fault protection on there.
copper windings. Obviously, it's spread out more around here, but still the same length as what's in here. And get the resonating frequency bang on, you'll get the action in here, and then once you get that,
It can't have a
are you gonna call it?
resonating
Spark, plasma?
frequency.
flowing, this will start being sucked back into there. You go on YouTube sites, they've shown you how to get the plasma in there, the strong magnetic field. They call it plasma torch, plasma light, whatever, candle, that sort of thing. This is basically a rodent coil, but he had the idea, but he didn't understand it. It's a dual system.
A rodent
Everything in our
coil,
world is a dual
okay.
system. Dual, or dual, which makes the magic. Magic's in here. That creates the sun. That has to be created, that gets sucked back into there, and then keeps the whole thing going. I think I've said enough. If you want more information on this, go back and check out some of my videos. The only thing I own electrically is this thing here. I know this works. That's about it. I don't have all the other fancy gear.
Oh God, what's he got now? Oh no, what's he got now?
Oh shit!
What was that?
Oh shit!
What's he got now?
This
What's
is
he
gonna
going to
be
do
good.
with that?
Go back and check out some of my
That looks
videos.
dangerous.
There's something
The only thing
dangerous.
I own
That's for
electrically is
sure. Is it a
It's
multimeter?
dangerous.
It's
Don't
not a
cross.
multimeter.
Do not.
It's a multimeter.
Don't cross the stream.
no, this works. That's about it.
What's he going to do with that? Oh no.
I don't have all the other fancy gear. The
I look
oscillator,
like a bomb, to be honest.
These-
the power
Need
input,
a part
fluctuations,
number.
and resonating frequencies. And some of their brains out there that don't know how to do it. So think about it. Go deep.
I'd rather
In
not
there.
think about it, to be
The
honest.
black hole. Where all the magic comes from. Well, that's our life. That's where life comes from.
Magic.
Magic. Yeah, that's it. Definitely magic.
Explain things to people. That's what I've done there. They don't get the full picture.
Now, come on, Lizzie. It's 27 minutes.
There's only one flated design, and that's it.
28. There we go.
No BS. No talking all day. No fancy graphics. That's it. There. It's round and it's flat. It's inside a magnetic realm.
Makes complete
We're
sense.
inside this magnetic field. You can't get out. It's a force field. Nothing gets in. Nothing. Graham
Well, you
Hancock
can
and all those
get
guys,
out.
nothing gets in. The only way you get into
smoke
space
can get
and
out.
travel celestially, cosmologically,
Yeah, but
Yeah.
you pause a second.
by
I'll
here,
give him-
this front,
It's
I'll
nearly
give him
finished.
$100
It's nearly finished.
All right.
physically,
Okay,
this is
okay.
the physical world. You do not leave the physical world, only spiritually. This is non-physical. Physical, we can only leave, go into space, up here.
If we can only go into space up here.
So, have you ever had one of those situations where you've watched something and you've got so many questions, but you don't exactly know what the questions are or how to ask them?
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
kind of how I'm
exactly.
feeling right now.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I think you're getting it, Matt. I think you're getting it.
Yeah, yeah. Blue was right. It's best just to let it flow and just because you're never going to get answers. To be honest, whether you do have questions that you know what to ask.
Yeah, we've got so many questions, but you don't know where to. You wouldn't even know where to start.
No.
Well, that's your Lindsay.
I'll give,
Sorry, Blue.
I'll give Lindsay $100 if he'll plug that thing in.
Yeah, and New Zealand has 240 volts too, don't they?
Mm.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a Kiwi, is he? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Like
guarantee
I
you,
said,
I
can we
guarantee
just
you he'll let the smoke out of that thing.
Yeah.
can we just ensure he doesn't have a ground fault protection device?
Yeah.
'Cause that would,
Oh, we need to jump.
that would make
out.
it more fun.
Get it?
Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
want him to have that at all.
That's what I mean. Oh, and Blue. Talking of letting the blue smoke out, I might have let the blue smoke out of a electric hot air hand dryer in the disabled toilets when I was in town, while trying to turn my wheelchair around
Uh-oh.
by half ripping it out of the mounting. It started up and then stopped very quickly, and then there was the that familiar smell of electric fairy smoke.
Yeah. It's never good.
Yeah.
I've let the smoke out of a lot of stuff.
Yeah. It's when you grab hold of something by accident and it doesn't let the smoke. It tries to let the smoke out of you.
Yeah. Done that too.
Yeah. I grabbed hold of the centre feed to a distributor once while the engine was running because I forgot the
Ouch.
I forgot the rubber boot wasn't on there.
Engineer, guys.
Okay. Will anyone out in the peanut gallery know what time it is now?
Yeah, it's
They should know.
2:03. It's 2:03 BST.
Yeah, but what time is it?
Well, it's sometimes somewhere else. It's always somebody else's time somewhere. Ooh. Do I just sound like Lindsay then?
No, you only get one, Lindsay.
Yeah.
13:03 Zulu. It's Paul's
Oh,
quiz
Lindsay,
time, isn't it?
Lindsay quiz.
That's what the time
That's
is.
the one.
A quiz that Lindsay couldn't answer.
Oh, so I
Matt
suppose I
wouldn't have
better make sure
experienced a
I
hard
get.
quiz, would he?
Would be quite funny to actually produce a Lindsay quiz, though, wouldn't it? It'd be fun.
Yeah, maybe I will do that one day.
Yeah.
The difficulty is deciding deciding on the information from which video is the actual correct answer.
Well, you wouldn't really need to watch his video because you can make a whole load of bullshit up, and then nobody would tell the difference anyway. So you can make anything up.
I was just thinking, if you're going to do it, you need to do it correctly so that you are actually asking proper Lindsay questions.
What, are you saying bullshit isn't the correct way to do it? I'm teasing you, Alan.
I know. Don't worry.
Didn't Blue do a video? Where's Blue's video gone? Where'd your video go, Blue? I thought you did one. I'm over in Show
You
You
lose
Shit.
my video?
Yeah, I'm in Show You Shit now. I'm sure I've seen it. Where'd it go?
It's in there. I don't know.
I got Wally. I got M2M.
Okay. I'll
There's
put
an
it in there.
M2M.
Yeah, I did a video.
Oh, here it is. I found it. Yeah, I'm just grabbing the videos ready. Well,
although we just skip past my video. There's M2M. Skip past that one.
No, I've got it here. I've got it. I got Blue. I got
The latest
Wally.
one, or
I got
the
a
latest
bunch,
one, or the first one.
I got a
Because
bunch
did
of
one last night.
Wallies.
Bunch of Wallies. Yeah, there's
A
lot
bunch of Wallies. Now I got Blue. I got Blue and Wally and M2M.
Which one have you got? Which one have you got for me?
Which one have I got? Number 2.
Teaching
Are you
first,
going to be
yeah.
numbering them from now on, are you?
Yeah. Just
So,
'cause,
do I need number 1 first then, don't I?
Nah. Don't worry about number 1. It's not a very good one, though.
Okay.
Number 2 is better, I think.
Number 2's
Slightly
better.
improved over number 1.
Okay, improved version. Okay, well, I'll grab that. And the Peanuts can suggest one too if they know of a video out there that we can watch that somebody's either debunked, or if there's been any debates lately, I can always do clips of that.
Well, I tell you what. Let's watch the whole debate with Schemo and Mike again. That's number 2, debate number 2. No, I'm joking, guys.
No way, I'll watch the whole
Pointless
debate.
watching that.
We all know what Chemo's like when he's debating.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. It's pretty pointless.
Yeah.
He's not going to present anything at all and just have pedantic arguments about stuff.
Yeah. Oh, the other day we're on Gems and he was arguing about the word "and."
Yeah, I heard. Yeah, you were saying arguing over the meaning of the word "and."
And yeah.
What was the idea of arguing about the word "and"? What started that conversation?
I don't know. I jumped in there just as that bit was happening when they were saying about the word "and" I missed the bit that came up to it. Okay, Little Wolfie said there's a fight, the Flat Earth versus a Joe.
Or there was MC Toon last night, which I managed to miss because he started at 10 o'clock instead of his usual 2 o'clock in the bloody
Who
morning.
did he debate?
An idiot.
Well, yeah, usually. Okay, I'll grab the both of them. The fight, the Flat Earth, and I don't know how far back they are. somebody can put links for me, it makes it easier, Peanuts. Yeah, I think I've got that one, Lou. If that's the one you did lately. Where is it?
Yeah.
Same one?
Yeah, the argument over
Yeah, that's the one.
the argument over and was because they wanted because the scientific method is observation and experiment.
Oh, okay.
Oh, he's always going on about that, isn't he? He's always going on about
it's
not.
Yeah, and it's kind of a loose and, isn't it? It's kind of it's that and that also kind of includes or in there.
Well, that's what gets me. What observations?
Because of how crap the English language is.
Yeah. I mean, this is what gets me. What observations or experiments does Chemo ever do, or has ever done?
None.
The one what Geo bloke did for the gravity experiment, and he reckons it was his experiment.
Yeah.
What did you write in the internal chat for, Blue? What's that for?
I think we need to do
because we've started the quiz and Bluey's actually answering the first question and he's got it right.
I was too busy looking for videos.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find this other video.
Does Matt know what to do for the quiz?
Oh yeah, Matt, you got to do internal chat, write your answer, but don't say it out loud. And you can have and with this new quiz format, you can answer more than once.
Okay.
Yeah. So the first question is, George Switzer persuaded Harry Winston to donate this object in 1958, at which time it was insured for £145 as registered mail. Dollars as registered mail. What is this object?
Yeah. Now Blue's actually said it. Yeah, I know about that.
Blue started it off.
Yeah.
No talking. Keep your eyes on your own paper.
This object includes a soldered bale, which was once used to attach it to the Star of the East, and other items owned by Evelyn McLean. What is this object, Peanuts?
Got to give it away, surely.
Not the Ark. No, Dora. Not cigarettes. Okay, another clue. Trace amounts of boron give this item, which was cut from the Tavernier blue in 1791, its colour. Come on, this is an easy one. I thought I'd start with an easy question.
Well, if I'm wrong, I'll blame somebody.
Yeah, I kind of have to ask Dora, which ark, Noah's or of the Covenant?
And finally, we have it with no name. Is the Hope Diamond? It is the Hope Diamond. US Museum of Natural History now owns what supposedly cursed gemstone once worn by Marie Antoinette. It is the Hope Diamond.
Hey, I got that one right.
Yay.
There you go. You already seen the answer, Terry. Oh, look, he's copying.
I walked past Blue's desk and I just happened to see something written on his bit of paper.
All right, we'll see if you can get this one then, Terry. Come on. All right, question 2. A member of this profession is thought to have nailed a cursed lead tablet to an object named after the city of Carenia. What profession is it we're talking about?
Profession, okay.
Cursed lead tablet. Mm. I'm not going to cheat this time. I'm not going to Google. I'm going to try. I'm a Google expert, but no.
Matt, you do realise if a person cheats, they don't say they're going to cheat.
I don't mind admitting it. The time I got that one right, the other one right the other day, I was a Google expert. It was a process of elimination. A little bit of research.
Okay.
Admit,
Clue number 2. Vespasian placed the body of a horse within the burnt remains of the citadel of Jopna, which formerly housed members of this profession. Not Masons, no.
Say Masons.
Blue. I'm not copying that answer, Blue.
No.
Me
Not
neither.
exotic dancing, no.
Oh, you can say that.
He's trying to trick me on that one.
Clue number 3. Along with the murder of an ambassador, Queen Tutor's refusal to deal with members of this profession led to Rome declaring war on her kingdom. Not the Door Knockers Association, not the doctors, no. Not the monks, no.
Not the Illuminati?
The clue's got to be in something to do with the.
No, Alan, it's
horde
not the
as well.
Seers, not the Girl Guides, no. Not prostitution, honey, no.
Mm-hmm.
The lembus was used by practitioners of this profession based in Illyria.
Lembus.
Mm.
Do you know what
Not
Lembus
politicians, although politicians could be a subset of this profession. Not the plumbers, no. Not the chefs, no. Okay. During the Third Servile War, Spartacus was betrayed by members of this profession from Cilicia, sorry. Not the diviners, no. Not the philosophers, no. Not the sailors, nor the mathematicians, not the rappers. Come on. Under the Lex Gabinia, Pompey the Great wiped the Mediterranean Sea of this practice. Now that's got to give you a big clue. Not the sheep shaggers.
Sheep shaggers.
Not the gladiators. No.
Oh, Alan.
Yeah. There you go. Is Alan correct?
Alan is correct.
Yeah, but I reckon me and Alan
correct,
typed at
yes.
the same time.
But Terry's just a bit slow.
Yeah.
You were
Terry have
about
got it.
10. You were a good 10 seconds
Yeah.
behind him, Terry. You were.
10
Julius
seconds,
Caesar
yeah.
was once kidnapped by members of what criminal profession?
Mm.
Come on, Peanuts. Finally, yes, we have it. Fred Bailey with Pirates.
Yeah, I wasn't
'Cause
looking up at
was
the
the
chat as I
pirates,
typed
yes.
it. So
Because every good story needs pirates.
yeah.
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 Pirates was the correct answer.
Well, I come in a close second then, if that's what happened.
Well, that went down to almost the last clue.
Yeah.
All right, question 3. The remains of this object were supposedly used to build the Ngoma Lungundu, a sacred drum that was possibly stolen by Robert Mugabe from the Lemba people. What object are we talking about?
Oh, I've heard something. Story. Oh, this sounds very familiar.
First Death's typing R.
Up the comment. No, I don't think so.
No, you don't say it
Not
out
the
loud.
Turin
No,
Chair.
Sorry. So I'm not used to talking out loud. I can't help it. You didn't hear that out there.
I didn't hear it. But
I
Alan is correct.
Yeah, I can.
Oh,
I can fix. I
well
can
done,
fix him.
Clue number 2, Peanuts. This object was carried by Abiathar after a victory against the Jebusites, an action that later prevented his execution.
Matt can't talk now.
oh yes, I can.
Oh shit! It's not like Gem Server where you get muted.
Yeah, permanently.
Not the Holy Grail. No. Clue number 3. This object was captured in a battle that killed 2 sons of Eli, but it was later returned along with golden images of tumours and mice.
The clues are so
Not the
obvious
true cross.
to what this
Not the
object
true
could
cross.
be.
No.
And-
Not the
and-
spear
and-
of anything. No. Not the spear
No.
of destiny. No.
I'm really surprised that somebody hasn't actually guessed it right yet.
Yeah. Michal rebukes her husband for dancing in front of this object after it had been returned by the Philistines.
You know I can't unmute somebody when they've muted.
No, I got a message to come up and said the host would like to unmute you.
Yes, Jinx you. Jinx you, it is the right time to answer Ark of the Covenant because that's the answer. Well done.
Well done, Alan.
Finally. Yes, well done, Alan.
I knew I should have cheated.
Jericho's walls fell before this object, which is
yeah.
said to contain the budded staff of Aaron and a jar of
That
manna.
would have given it away, that one.
Yeah, and a second set of the 10 Commandments are held in what sacred vessel contained within the Holy of Holies?
Yeah.
The Ark of the Covenant.
Okay.
Yes.
Ah.
Don't open your eyes.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the movie.
Yeah, the movie, yeah.
Okay, question 4. Slave labour was allegedly used for a project of this type at Chernavoda that was controversially financed by a $300 million loan from the Canadian Export Development Corporation. What type of project was this?
Yeah, so it must be a while back, so slave labour. A Canadian Export Development Corporation.
Project. No idea. Mm.
No idea? Okay. A program paired with Operation Candor that supplied these types of locations was abused by the Ceausescu regime in the secret Danube program. Not an oil pipeline, not the Democrats, not a diamond mine, no. Maple syrup extractor.
Was it one of,
no.
Was it one of them?
Was it one of what?
One of them.
No, it wasn't one of them, Terry. It was not a dam. No.
Ceausescu had his fingers in all kinds of pies to make money.
Yeah, not curling judges. The INSAG 1 report discussed a location of this type that used the RBMK technology. And that's got to give it away.
Oh, yeah, if I knew what RBMK was.
You're almost right, Blue, but not quite.
Ah.
Not a timber yard, not a gold mine. Not plutonium refining, no. Not orphanages. Canadian bacon, no.
Alan did the same thing as I did. He put a question
Not
mark.
uranium. Building a cooling slab was the first step in the construction of a concrete sarcophagus that encloses a facility of this type, which includes the highly lethal elephant's foot. You've got to know what it is now. That would be the correct one, M2M. And we have no name out there with the correct answer too. Nuclear reactor. Yeah. An exclusion zone that includes the city of Pripyat surrounds a decommissioned example of what type of facility at Chernobyl? A nuclear reactor.
Yeah, you got one right.
Yeah, I got one right too.
Yeah.
Nah, you
Nuclear
cheated. You copied.
Okay, question 5. Evidence for this theory came in the form of a V-shaped feature on all 6 1 to 1 million profiles by Marie Tharp that was dismissed as Girl Talk by Bruce Heason.
And no name said
What
nuclear
theory are we
vessels.
talking about?
No, that was the Star Trek, wasn't it? Nuclear vessels.
Nuclear vessels.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I haven't heard of either
Nuclear.
of those names, so no.
Yeah, I love the way some people say it, nuclear.
Yeah. Isn't it nuclear?
Nuclear, yeah.
Yeah, I never have figured out how to get nuclear out of that word.
Not DNA, not the structure of DNA, Alan. No.
Hmm.
Clue 2. Harold Jeffreys joined contemporaries in criticising the word ploughed in an early text on this theory.
Yeah, I'm not good with theories.
Clue number 3. Preservation of axial declination below the closure temperature provided quantitative evidence for this theory, which competed with the contraction model of fixists. What theory is it we're talking about?
None the wiser at all.
Not the theory of reproduction, no. Oh, it starts getting easier from now. Opinion swung towards this theory in response to the finding that long arcs are traced out over time by apparent polar wonder, and it was cemented by proof of magnetic polarity reversing with distance from mid-ocean ridges. Not the resonator theory, not antibodies. Deculation, magnetic deculation, no.
Somebody's typing.
Not polar magnetic reversal, no. Okay. Alfred Wegener championed what theory which states that the continents have moved over time because they lie on segments of the Earth's crust? Come on, what theory is this? You have to know now.
Alan, stop typing so fast.
That would be the one, Alan.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I told him, not to type so fast.
You're actually you were literally like half a second behind him, Terry.
Yeah.
Like, he's popped up and then yours popped up. Like
First, Death and Jinx, you are correct with continental drift or plate tectonics is the correct answer. Yep.
And Blue got it
more
right.
correct than Alan's answer. And it's more correct than Alan's answer.
Oh, okay.
I just want to point that out.
Like tectonic.
Plus, I like pounding on a damn keyboard.
Yeah. I'm trying to type it out quickly so I can get it in there.
And if you're on your phone, you haven't got
Christ.
hope to get it out.
Alan, Alan, can you use a smaller hammer on that damn keyboard?
Yeah, exactly. Only use one hand.
Look, I haven't changed my damn audio settings since last week, and it wasn't this bad last week.
Yeah, but you just type slower, it'll sound better.
Question 6. An equation named for these devices has the same form as Cattanèo's relativistic extension of Fourier's equation for heat conduction. Good luck getting it on that clue.
Yeah.
So it's a device we're after. What device are we after?
Death said Alan should be charged with malicious keyboard battery.
Yeah. Keyboard endangerment.
I can't help it if my Logitech has a really nice thud on the keys.
You can't hear me type it.
I can't afford like £1,500 for one of them old IBM keyboards that I like.
So you can't hear me doing mine. And I got a Logitech.
Not hot plate stovetops, no. Not microwave ovens, no. Okay, second clue. Lord Kelvin developed the law of squares, which relates the time of maximum amplitude to the square of the distance from the source, based on his work with these devices.
Oh, that should be a good clue.
Mm. Not Scrabble. Not a pencil. Okay, clue 3. A pair of first-order differential equations named for these devices relates spatial and time derivatives of voltage and current and describes lossless flow down an infinite transmission line. Not thermometers. No. Not erasers.
That's a fridge.
Kelvinators.
No, that's a fridge.
Not Kelvinators. No. Not a meat thermometer. No. Not a radio. Very much earlier than a radio. The signal combination technique of multiplexing was first developed for these devices. Not transformers, no. Not voltmeters, no. You're on the right track, Andrea Huddle, but what are those devices called? These devices' receivers used electromagnets to produce audible clicks.
Alan.
Yeah, Alan's got it. I was just about to type that.
Yeah, I was in the middle of type. I was already in the middle of typing, and I could hear Alan.
But what is the actual device called?
I think Alan's got it. I think.
Yeah, but it's a name for it.
Dora out in the Peanuts has it. Name these devices that use current pulses to transmit messages, typically via Morse code.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well done, Dora.
Yep. Telegraphs was the correct answer. Yeah.
I really should have got that.
Okay, question 7. In a preface to this novel, its author recalls being inspired by The History of the Inconstant Lover and The Tale of the Sinful Founder of His Race.
Blue put his answer in Morse code in the internal.
Blue's answer says, shit, that's because I didn't know the answer.
So it's a novel we're after this time. Which novel is this?
Rubbish with literature.
No, I'm out. I don't read.
Oh, no, keep going, Terry. You'll know this one. The authorship of this novel is misattributed in a review that examines its quoting of the line, "We rest, a dream has power to poison sleep." We do have a correct answer at the moment.
Really? Okay.
Well, unless the correct answer is in Morse code, it's not blue.
No, that was from the previous question.
Yeah, I know.
I'll keep going with the clues.
Okay.
That line is quoted in a scene from this novel where the protagonist climbs a glacier during a trip to the countryside. I'll read that one again. That line is quoted in a scene from this novel where the protagonist climbs a glacier during a trip to the countryside. After he studies the behavior of a man who reads from the Ruins of Empire, a character in this novel asks for a female companion.
Oh.
Like I said, we do have a correct answer at the moment, but I'm not saying where or who. This novel opens with Captain Robert Walton's letters to his sister while on an expedition to the North Pole, and ends with a man mourning the dead body of his creator, Victor.
I'm not sure I got the spelling right, but I think
No,
you
it
spelled
is
it correctly.
not. It's not Lady Chatterley's lover, but we have another correct answer out in the peanuts. Name this Mary Shelley novel, subtitled The Modern Prometheus.
Yeah.
You got to know it now.
Yeah.
And well done to the first correct answer out in the peanuts, who I think was, where is it? It's right back.
Yeah, it's been mentioned
right
a few
here.
times now. Yeah.
Yeah. It was Frankenstein.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
That kind of gave it, that clue gave it away.
No, I wouldn't have got that from the clues.
Okay. All right. Question 8. Georges Destriau discovered an effect in which applying this phenomenon to a copper-doped zinc sulfide lattice caused luminescence. What phenomenon are we talking about?
Copper-doped zinc sulfide lattice caused luminescence.
Okay, clue 2. That effect can be exploited in phosphor powders named for this phenomenon to make low-cost printable displays. Not glow sticks, not LEDs, no. Not fluorescent lights, not light bulbs. Y and delta configurations are two three-phase systems that transmit this phenomenon. What kind, Alan? You're on the right track, but I need to be more specific. By braiding multiple wire strands into uniform patterns, Litz wire minimizes resistances specific to this phenomenon known as the proximity and skin effects. Not neon lights, not light bulbs. No. That is correct, Big Blue.
Oh.
Not lasers, Irish Stew, no. This phenomenon is transmitted over long distances at high voltages, after which it is stepped down using a transformer.
That should give it away.
Come on, Peanuts.
Oh, why does my daughter always seem to be able to ring me at the most inopportune times?
Harry, you can't put the answer after 5 minutes after Blues put the answer.
Hey.
I can understand a few seconds, but I mean, like, you know,
need
it's like a couple of minutes.
Irish Stew's there with a half correct answer. You need to be more specific, Irish Stew. And we have a correct answer out there with brainery with AC, or alternating current. AC electricity. First death was first with that, yeah. Yep.
I needed to be more specific as well.
I tried
electricity wasn't enough.
I tried to put the answer
Name this
out.
phenomenon. Yeah. a periodically reversing flow of charge, often contrasted with its direct counterpart, alternating current.
I try to put the answer in the internal chat without Paul seeing it. So.
No, I did notice that you put it in after I noted that you had the correct answer.
Oh, bugger. I'll try. I'll keep trying. I'll keep trying.
Okay. Question 9. It's not Boeing, but in 2019, the NLRB ruled that this company could restrict its employees to wearing small, non-distracting union insignias. Which company is it we're talking about? Clue 2. Bethany Morton highlighted this company's Christian rhetoric of servant leadership in a book titled To Serve God and This Company. Not Airbus, no. Not UPS, no. Not TWA, no. Not Chick-fil-A, no. In December 2020, the Department of Justice accused this company of violating the Controlled Substances Act hundreds of thousands of times by providing illicit opioid prescriptions. Not the Skunk Works, not Aeroflot, not Lockheed, not British Airways.
I'm curious about Blue's answer.
Not NASA, no.
Ooh.
No,
in recent years, this company has started to convert dozens of its Sam's Club stores into e-commerce fulfillment centers in order to compete with Amazon. Not the Hobby Lobby, not Led Zeppelin, no.
I like that. E-commerce fulfillment centers, a distribution center, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. We do have a correct answer now from Big Blue and from Surf. Well done. It is Walmart. Yes. Named this largest company in the world by revenue, an American retailer with headquarters in Bentonville, Arkansas.
That would have given it away.
It is Walmart. Yeah.
Yeah, we don't have Walmart here because they're known as Asda, or they bought Asda's.
Yeah, insane. It's completely different though. Because Walmart's, I think,
although they just sold it now as well, haven't they?
Oh, did they? Oh, they just sold it, have they?
They just sold it. Yeah, Wally World just sold Asda.
Who bought Asda then? Who bought Asda now? Do you know?
I can't remember, but I'm pretty sure.
Okay, last question. A man who promoted events of this type was inspired by the English boarding school reforms of Thomas Arnold. So it's a type of event. Not dogfights, no. PTA meetings, no. During a multi-day event of this type, Eric Liddell was handed a note quoting 1 Samuel 1, in support of his decision to boycott a Sunday event. Not cat fights, not golf tournaments, not dog fights, no. Not horse racing, no.
Damn it.
Am I close?
It incorporates that, Alan, but that's not the correct answer. Not a circus, no. Not duck fights, not a pub crawl. Okay. Luz Long gave technical advice to an American rival during an event of this type depicted in a pioneering documentary by Leonie Riefenstahl. Not bluegrass festivals, no. Not speaking, reading and writing, but we do have a correct answer in the internal chat.
Oh, Alan.
Well done, Alan.
Nice.
Yeah. A planned people's event of this type in Barcelona was cancelled due to the start of the Spanish Civil War.
Ah, yeah. Don't know what I got that after that.
It was the
not rugby,
Eric
baseball, soccer, lacrosse, or Eleanor rugby. Not tennis.
I saw a documentary
Not the
recently
bull
about
run.
the Spanish Civil War, so that probably would have given it for me.
Yeah. The international committee that organises events of this type was founded by Pierre de Coubertin.
Oh, yeah, that definitely would have given it away.
Yeah. And we have a correct answer out in the peanuts. Well done, No Name, with the Olympics and Alan Evans in the internal chat.
Yeah. Well, the Eric Liddell thing because of the movie Chariots of Fire.
Yeah.
Oh, right, yeah.
Because that was one of the big things. He was very religious and wouldn't run on Sundays. Wouldn't race on Sundays.
What if somebody was chasing him?
Yeah, Adolf Hitler was horrified at Jesse Owens winning so many gold medals.
Yeah.
Horrified.
I mean, people say Hitler refused to shake his hand, but actually, Hitler was never due to hand out any of the medals that he won anyway. So,
I've actually been to that very Olympic stadium. Obviously not during that time, but because I lived in Berlin, I've been there. They still held sporting events in that up until the 80s, I believe.
Yeah.
Certainly the 70s, because I was there. I used to practice rugby with my dad there.
I visited the Olympic Stadium in Munich in 1972. When I say visited, we went to the outside and looked at it. But, they were still building it, so you couldn't go inside and look around. Because visited Munich in summer of 72.
Okay, and your few notes for the musical question. Does anyone recognise this tune? It's a classical tune. Okay. If you know what that tune is, put it in the chat.
I didn't thank you
Was
for
that
the
the real
quiz,
piano?
Paul. Sorry.
That was a real piano, yeah.
Why wouldn't it have been real?
No. Paul knows what I mean, don't you, Paul?
What?
When I said real piano, I mean it's not your electric one.
No, it's not my electric one. No.
Brainery says, thanks for the quiz. Impressive that you managed it from the tractor.
Yeah.
Do any of those ducks ever get hurt or damaged when you're moving around like that?
Occasionally, yes.
They make a
Occasionally we have one. Yeah, they go.
Yeah, that's it.
It's like, those party poppers that you pull the string on the end and the little ribbons come out.
Okay, that's enough information. Come on.
It's the same sort of thing with intestines.
Oh. Paul.
Yeah.
A lot less impressive than pigeons then. Because when I did it to a pigeon, it went, and came out the back of the car plucked. But I think I was doing the best part of 100 miles an hour at the time. So, and it did definitely sound like it went round the prop shaft at one point.
None the wiser about that tune, by the way.
Yeah, they get fed first thing in the morning, right? And at that time, they're really hungry because these birds are on a restricted feeding regime because we don't want them to get too heavy. They're not like the grower birds that get sent off to the processing plant to be processed into duck things that get sold in the shops. These are birds that we send off to other farms at 18 weeks. That they're used for breeding stock, so they lay eggs and their eggs go to the hatchery to get hatched. So these birds are fed a restricted diet, and so they're always very hungry in the morning. And they tend to, when they hear the tractor, they run around it like maniacs. And all it requires is for one of them just to, fall over or run the wrong way, and they go under. Yeah.
We had a couple of guesses out there for the tune, but I guess that they wouldn't be right.
No, they're not. Doesn't matter. I'll play a little bit more of it, but I'll play the first a bit of it. See if anyone actually recognises it.
No.
Anyone recognise
No
that?
idea.
Yeah.
Not a clue.
I just can't remember the name. Yeah, I know, mate.
No idea.
No, I don't even recognise the tune, let alone know what the name of it is.
Chopping something.
No.
Row your boat. No, it's definitely not that. No.
That's is it Hans? Hans? Paul?
Is John a bit low, or is that just me?
Yeah. Is it Hans?
Yeah, you are pretty low, John. Yeah, we heard that though. Is it hands? You said?
Yeah.
Hands or feet? Beethoven's 4 1/4 Symphony.
You need to turn your mic up a bit, John.
He plays around with his sound settings too much with the sound programs that he's got. They always muck it up. Highway to Hell, courtesy of AC/DC. Nah. Well, I've got a bunch of Wallies. I've got an M2M. If anyone wants to watch M2M's number 2, teaching a Flurfer lesson. Got Blue with Dan the Waterman, globe proof thanks to Virgin Galactic.
Yeah, so it's maybe a bit of Blue and a bit of Wally, maybe. What do you think?
So you just want Wally first out there. So I used to get him to vote between the tabs to vote him down, but that got a bit monotonous. That did. Mary Had a Little Lamb. No, it's not Mary Had a Little Lamb. So Wally, Blue, or M2M, which is Matt.
Let's go Wally, Blue, and
what's
me.
What's M2M stand for?
Whatever you want it to be. Well, the name was kind of derived from my original idea of when I was going to restart, which was Moon to Mars, but I kind of changed the format of the channel altogether, really. So I'm kind of thinking maybe rechange the name a little bit. So any suggestions? Glad to hear them.
I like Space Matt because that's what I always call you now from before.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I mean, I could change it to Casual Spaceman again, but I don't know. I mean, it's all going to be about debunking, really, and it's kind of I kind of do it in a kind of moody kind of way,
and
a sarky kind of way, kind of typical sort of British sarcastic, ironic kind of humour.
No, you don't have to have your M for Matt or anything in it, but if it does fit in with the M, yeah.
I don't know, Matt to, I don't know. I don't know.
Matter? Like matter?
Matt to matter?
Matter?
You're trying to transmute from a matter?
Yeah, matter? Sarcastic spaceman. No, we've got a sarcastic barman.
That confusing people even more, wouldn't it?
Yeah, sarcastic spaceman, yeah.
Yeah. I'm not going to do Spacebar either. It's not going to be Spacebar. I'm not having that. No way.
Nah.
Not happening. Oh, Spurs, come on.
No one's getting that tune by the sound of it, Paul.
No, nobody knows.
They're going to give up? Has it got duck in the name?
Yeah, is it duck in the name, Paul? Are you there? You gone?
He's ducked off.
He's ducked off, yeah.
Alan Evans, Brainery saying, what are you saying to Alan for, Brainery? This is my stream.
No, Brainery mentioned rumours that Chemo won a debate yesterday. So the only thing that I know that Chemo might have got close to winning was the argument about and.
Yeah, but he didn't bring and up in the debate, did he? The one he had with...
I have no idea. I didn't realise there was an actual debate. That's why I just answered Brainery with an and.
No names say Matt Lives Matter. What? Nah.
I still think I still think Causal Space Map would be good.
Is my mic working now, Terry?
Yeah, now it is, Paul. What happened?
Oh, good. Oh, I must have kicked the cord out.
Oh, okay.
Were you talking and nobody was listening to you?
Yeah. And I was going to say it's the Chopin A minor waltz. I wondered why you kept on asking what the tune was when I told you about 5 times.
I said chopping and before with somebody in the Peanuts.
Say it properly, Chopin.
Yeah.
Chopin.
Yeah.
More humorous
just
if
so
I
Brainery
say chopping.
Knows, the and thing was on Jem Panda's Discord.
Yeah. Was that yesterday? I think it was yesterday.
Yesterday afternoon British time.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I came into your Discord and you were telling me about it. And, yeah.
Oh, it was funny. Definitely was funny.
Yeah. Yeah, and I apologise to Brainery because I didn't realise that Chemo actually did a debate last night. I just knew about the and thing, and we did mention it earlier, so it was in my head.
Who did Chemo debate with?
Mike Burtleston again, the second time round, wasn't it?
I don't have a link to that because I was going to just play at least.
No, it wasn't Mike.
If anyone's got a link to that actual debate, I will play it a couple of minutes. We won't play too much.
And if you like, but I don't think there's much
Yeah,
worth it, to be honest.
I'll play a little bit of it.
I think if you're going to play Chemo, I might have to leave because I just can't do Chemo.
Well, I'm doing it for everyone.
No, it wasn't Mike again. It was another guy.
Okay.
Oh, was it? I thought it was meant to be Mike Burlston again for round 2.
It was not, and
Okay.
I don't think the guy did a very good job actually, but he just hasn't debated very much, and he doesn't know chemo.
Hmm.
Who was the guy then? Who was it?
So chemo took every advantage possible as usual.
Who was the guy that was debating him, Blue?
I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I don't know either.
Can't remember
Somebody
I
has
can't
suggested
remember
it
the
was.
guys.
No Name says, I thought it was Seek Truth, Speak Truth.
Mm.
Yeah, it was. That's right. That's who it was.
I mean, he's been around for a while, so I would have thought you would have known chemo by now.
But chemo knows how to exploit weakness.
Yeah,
very quickly.
He does.
He is very good at that.
Yeah. That's why he doesn't debate me very much.
And when a guy, the guy used a Foucault pendulum. Okay, that's perfect. Yeah, that's a perfect example of Earth rotation. But then had no clue why it does that. Couldn't explain it. And same thing with ring laser gyros and several things. Chemo just went straight to the, okay, tell me how it works.
Was he honest in saying that, look, I don't know, or did he try and babble?
Yeah. No. He was quite honest.
No, that's okay. That's good.
Which is another thing you can't ever do around chemo. Never be honest around that bastard.
Yeah.
Ever.
Because he's never honest back.
Go into it with the understanding that chemo is a lying son of a bitch. Period.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
And fight fire with fire. That's all you can do.
Yeah. And remember that he might want an answer to something that's really complicated, and he expects you to give it to him in 4 words of 2 syllables each maximum.
I've noticed the thing to do is ask him a question that he can neither answer yes or no to, or can't answer at all, and it's usually a question that puts him in one position or another. Because if you notice that he won't commit to making a claim too much, he does sometimes, but the best thing to do is push him into forcing him to take a position on something, because once he does that, he can't answer it. You can either answer yes or no, and I've done that a couple of times, and it does rattle him a little bit actually. It does rattle him.
No, I rattle him every time I get on him.
Oh yeah, I know you do. Yeah, I know you do. You're a master.
He won't.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to debate me.
No. To be honest with you, I wouldn't want to debate him, because there's still too much about the science of flat Earth and the globe and all the rest of it. I really don't understand. So I just stick to stuff that I just know about. That's.
But come on, chemo doesn't make any claims, doesn't have any beliefs. He's nearly as bad as Slick like that.
Oh, well, chemo does from time to time. I mean, I remember a year or so ago, he, I think we just watched a launch by SpaceX that it was scrubbed. And it came to Discord, and somebody says, well, chemo, what do you think of that? And of course, he went straight in with, oh, well, it's obviously pantomime. And of course, I jumped on that. I said, right, okay, fine. It's pantomime. You say it's pantomime. What's your evidence that it's pantomime? What was your evidence that it's all fake? And of course, he had none. And of course, he babbled and drawled all around all the different, try and get around the question. And luckily, Jem Panda or nobody else, I don't think any of the admins were on. So I was able to actually just keep pestering that question. And eventually admitted he didn't have any evidence, to prove one way or the other, because he never does.
No, we'll never ask a flurf for evidence.
Well,
and I think I've come up with the perfect group noun for flurfs.
Oh yes, he said this yesterday.
A flummox of flurfs.
Flummox of flurfs. Yeah, that's pretty good.
Well, MC Toon did do a debate with who's that with? Howard George Stirrup, whoever that is. I haven't heard of him.
Has anybody seen MC? Sorry, go on, Alan. Go on, Alan.
He comes from the chemo school.
Okay.
Anybody seen MC Tunes? The Brits will know about this MC Tunes series about Mark Steele and the 3G being a weapon system and stuff like that. And
5G being a weapon system.
Yeah, sorry, 5G. Sorry, yeah, 5G being a weapon system, and of course they have these lawyers that have jumped on it. They're basically they're con artists. What they do is they rely on donations for people to take up big causes that they know they can't win, but they still make their money anyway because they do these get all these donations to take up these big causes, and they use people that are supposedly suffering from the effects of 5G. But they know full well that they can't win because they try and put it down along the lines of a judicial review. But it never makes as far as court. And actually, these lawyers have actually got, or these solicitors have actually got 100% failure rate, but they still keep doing them. So MC Tune's done a whole series on it. It's really interesting. Actually, it's really good.
Oh, we'll do a few jumps through this video of the debate, and then I've only just got a couple of other videos because I can't stream too long tonight. I've got to get up early in the morning. So I'll do a little bit of the Mr. Big Tune debate, and then we'll do Wally, Matt, and Blue. Okay. I don't know what this guy's like, so what'd you say, Alan? He's a bit of a chemo similar.
He's a.
He looks a bit like that guy from Hawaii. What's that guy's name that lives in the Hawaiian Islands?
Joey Roker.
Yeah, Roker. Yeah, he looks a bit like him, doesn't he? A bit.
Over electric pylons in the Eiffel Tower until the battery runs out. They don't have to follow anything. So there's a lot of reasons why there's a lot of globe skeptics and flat earthers. And I don't really have to prove anything to you because everything I am confident about is what I can see, what my camera displays me, what other people claim to see. And we are testing our reality and we're getting the same results. And I appreciate this interaction because most people just slander me or ridicule me or just ignore the 10,000 euro.
Oh God, he really does sound like chemo,
Spanish
doesn't he?
television
Wow.
4 years ago, which I had to retract now because of the pandemic. I need the money for other reasons. But luckily, one of my friends from Cadiz in Spain is now offering 50,000 euros. So if any of your subscribers or your other YouTuber friends would like to gain the 50,000, it's really easy. He's doing it in front of a notary and he's betting 50,000. So you've got to gamble money too. But he's willing to gamble.
Yeah, that's great. Can you send the details of that? I hope that, unlike all other flat Earth challenges, this one is legit.
It's a globe.
Legit.
It's a globe.
Hold on.
Globe
Legit.
Challenge.
Let me specify. Just so you know, legit means the one issuing the challenge, number one, is not the one controlling and deciding who wins. Number one. Number two. Very clear and objective, not subjective. Objective winning criteria. That would be number two. Number three, which this seems to have hopefully taken care of, would be ability to pay.
Yeah, in front of a notary, like I said. So the notary would be the judge. He's already spoke to me about all this. The conditions would be agreed on by the two participants, and he's willing to take many different challenges because he's very certain that you can't prove that water curves over 1 mile or even 10 or 100 mile. So he's willing to offer his money if you're willing to offer yours. His name is Juan Cristobal Garindo Fernandez, and I will send you his YouTube
I'm not going to remember all
contact
those
details. But it's all being recorded, thank goodness.
Yep. Okay, so so to review, you're asking for something you can't do for your side, and you don't really have very clear criteria, other than you want to see multiple years of stuff, which wasn't in your tweet. But you do want a non-composite image, and you want one that's not computer generated, right?
Yeah, like I say, I don't have a side, Michael. I'm just somebody
Okay,
that
yeah,
doesn't
right.
believe in
All
the
right, I will.
in the NASA footage or the SpaceX or the Virgin
All right.
footage, because you know he owns
All
an
right,
island.
so I'm sharing this to you.
Virgin.
You see
Yeah.
that? Are you getting that? What I'm sending to you there?
Oh yeah.
Okay, so this is from 1972. This is like I said, it's not the earliest one. There are several earlier ones. I can show you that later if we get there. But this is simply from Apollo 16. I like Apollo 16 because I met Charlie Duke, who was on Apollo 16. So the one from 1972, there's two missions, I believe, in 1972. The one that's called Blue Marble was Apollo 17. This is Apollo 16. This is one of a couple thousand photographs in the archive, and this particular archive is on Flickr. The source material is in a museum in Houston, Texas. If you want, I can send you the contact information. You can go there and see the original images. They're on they're on 4-inch slides. They're not like a printed photograph. They're actually the film that's been developed into a slide. So what's your question?
Can we see a smaller country, because there's no definition here? I mean, we could be looking at.
Well, let me read again. You said, have you ever seen a whole
flipping USA?
country? So here we have all of Mexico is visible right there.
Yeah.
All of Mexico.
But the thing is, like I say, Michael, I offered 10,000 euros on television, Spanish television, and it went viral in South America. And even Simon Dan picked it up. And in 3 years, I only received ridicule and sarcasm and secondary information.
Okay, well,
how come nobody can prove the curvature at water level?
I'm sorry. If you want, we can talk about that topic after we're done.
Yeah. But I'll bring it back. I'll bring it back. How come nobody can show any evidence of landscape lost behind curvature at water level, no matter the distance?
That's a separate topic.
You've done many times.
Happy to do that later.
Please, Michael, I'm not debating. I'm just trying to make a point.
Yeah, I don't know.
You've interrupted
Changing the topic.
He's trying to get into it.
Actually not, Michael.
already.
I'm just trying to make a point, but you're trying to interrupt me to make me look like I'm not. So I'll try one last time. As we haven't been able to prove curvature, even for 10, or like my friend's offering now, 50,000 euros down here, these images that you're showing are very questionable because we can't reproduce that down here. So maybe you could show me a smaller country.
Because
like
they're taken from outer space.
Mexico versus
down
India.
here. Huh?
Which is smaller? Which is smaller, Mexico or India?
Well, I'm looking. Okay.
Live chat.
Find...
Which one's smaller, Mexico or India? Do you know? I don't know offhand, but I think I know.
I might be wrong, but I'm looking for a better picture, Michael.
Oh,
and,
okay.
I tell you what,
I've got another one right here.
Let's stick to the United Kingdom. Let's stick to the United Kingdom, because that's a great
I have specifically spent time preparing exactly what you requested. So I have right here the same actual photograph.
It shouldn't take you long, Michael.
Hold on.
Great.
Scanned with a
just like chemo moving the goalposts
by a different group of people. So here we have the same thing. Now you'll notice both of them have stars. Now stars are somewhat uncommon because of the challenges of exposure, but this particular image I love because they were able to get the stars because the exposure was just right. And, a good photographer here. So there you go. There's the one. This is on the Project Apollo archive on Flickr. These people went to the museum, scanned in all of the images. There's over 15,000 images. Many of them are of the entire Earth, going back to prior to 1969. So again, here's another one. This is This is at a university, usra.edu. Now this one I like. Look at that. This actually is a scan of the entire piece of film. You can see on the side there that it's the entire piece of film. So now
I can tell that you like it, Michael, but I'm not convinced. So could you show me a smaller country like the United Kingdom?
Don't really care that you're not convinced. You asked for an entire country. I gave you exactly what you asked for, and now you're moving the goalposts. I expect that this is exactly what every flat earther does.
I'm not a flat earther.
You are given exactly what you asked for.
Liar.
And then you deny it and change the rules.
I'm not denying it. I'm asking, can you show me more, Michael? It shouldn't be so difficult, Michael, and there's no need to pick on me.
But I have prepped exactly what you asked for.
I haven't called you any names. I'm very grateful for your efforts. Could you please show me the United Kingdom? Because I'm not convinced.
Are you saying that calling somebody a flat earther is an insult?
When they've specifically told you that they're not a flat earther, it feels like you're using derogatory terms to trigger people to laugh at me instead of addressing my question, which is, can you show me the United Kingdom, please? I've asked you politely.
Here's the thing. I have prepared I spent my time today, preparing your specific request, and I'm not done showing the stuff supporting exactly what you asked for. So I'm gonna continue showing a country. You wanted one country. I have Mexico. Okay, it's smaller than the United States, bigger than the UK. All right. And I will put right now all three, and I can send them
going to show Australia.
All three into the chat. All three links here. This particular image is, they all have a name. It's pretty cool. They have a nice naming convention. Being a software engineer, I love good naming conventions. This is AS16-118-18873. Okay, that's this one. So I gave you 3 copies of it. One on Flickr and 2 on university websites. Okay, NASA has their own version of this. I did not send you the NASA version. This is the third-party ones. So it has been corroborated by 3 different non-NASA entities by scanning the original source image. All 3 of these links that I've provided have thousands of other images that you can also peruse at your leisure. Okay, now here we have a recent series of photographs of Mexico. This is the GOES, Goes West satellite. You can see on the top right the United States and Mexico there. You can see all of Mexico as requested. And this is showing the last 240 photos from there. And I'll pause it here in a second, right? When we get all the way to, there it is. So there's where almost the entirety is lit.
Could I just ask you a quick question?
Sure.
How come the clouds haven't moved in all that time, bro?
Oh, sorry. Let me play it again so that you can see the clouds moving.
Okay, I can see.
How fast does he think the clouds are going to move in that time period?
Yeah, I know.
But how come some of them aren't moving though? Have you noticed? Some are moving in the bottom left. But those
He's
ones
never
in the
looked
middle,
up at the sky and
they
looked at the
haven't
clouds
changed
and
at all, Michael. So I don't believe this. I'm sorry. I'm not convinced.
I'll send you the link to this one as well.
Yeah, but let's just talk about this. Let's just talk about this.
And you will be able to see that the
really does sound like
clouds
Gimo, doesn't
are
he?
moving.
Yeah, but Michael, let's talk about this seriously for a second. You're an intelligent man. Let's talk about this seriously. Yeah. Please don't ignore this fact. Those clouds right in the middle, that line that's going horizontally across, they're not moving, they're not changing, they're not disappearing. Clouds disappear when it rains, Michael. You know all this. Please be honest. Be honest.
Clouds disappear when it rains. Really? Amazing.
I I can't see any clouds that are not moving or changing in some way. I don't know.
I'm telling you right now, I'm calling the National Weather Service because my clouds don't disappear when it rains. They have got to stop shipping me defective fucking clouds. I've had enough of it.
Good God.
Well, I would say it's probably not raining at the time there.
I'd say that that's not fair to say that because we're looking at what, a 12-hour roughly the light's going over.
Well,
from
when it's dark until it's light until it's dark again, it's a little more.
I mean, we're looking at pretty much 50%.
Alan,
of the
nighttime,
Earth,
daytime.
Right? I mean, yeah, we're looking at 50% of the Earth right there. I mean, that's a massive freaking area. I mean, how much does he expect the clouds to actually move?
I'm sorry, I have a huge delay in the system for the from hitting the keys to the audio coming out.
I don't really know what he's expecting to see. I really don't.
See that big clear spot where there are no clouds? You want to bet that that's a high pressure system?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd be pretty certain of it.
Yeah, so would I. I would agree with you, and it's
more than 12 hours.
So we agree. We pretty much agree. So,
and that's sort of centered around the equator. So you're not going to get a lot of circulation out of a high pressure system, any kind of pressure system.
Yeah.
Right there on the equator.
Yeah, I mean, high pressure systems are famous for sitting there doing bugger all, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, they basically sit and deflect. That's what they do.
I just wish we could have one here this summer, so that we can have some summer.
Oh, actually, here where I am, but I've had a pretty good summer actually.
It's been absolutely. Yeah, considering this is supposed to be the driest part of the UK, and in the 1990s, a bit of Essex actually got reclassified from temperate to arid for climate. It's been wet and grey with the odd sunny day, and I mean literally the odd one or two sunny days.
So why are you not admitting that those clouds wouldn't stay the same for 12 hours? You've got to admit you've dug a hole here,
these
Michael.
These are while they were not very expensive glasses, they do aid my vision quite a bit, and I can see that they are moving. So I put the link in there.
Michael, they might be moving, but they might be having a little wiggle, but they are not changing at the speed that we see clouds change with our own eyes every single day of our lives. So please don't pretend that clouds don't change over 12 hours and dissipate and disappear. And
well, they do, and you can see that in the video. And again, I will include that now.
Not very convincing, Michael. I'm sorry.
I don't care that you're not convinced. It's
I thought that was the point. See, a good teacher is supposed to explain things to people no matter how long it takes.
I guess he doesn't understand 20,000 kilometres from one edge through the centre to the other edge.
So he's sitting in his little patch of England or wherever he sits. I don't know where he is exactly. So he looks in the cloud in the sky, moves across his vision. So therefore, all clouds within 20,000 miles must be completely out of, never exist anymore. That's pretty much what he's saying, moron.
and of course, of course, I was describing an English summer because that's what we're having, an English bloody summer. One I can't really go out very much in because it's not very nice.
Not summer yet, not for you. I know my father spent 3 years over there. He said summer's one afternoon in July.
Well, Blue, we're halfway through July.
Oh wait, you're right. It is summer. Sorry.
Come on. We had a couple of nice days in May, at the beginning of May, and then it went shit again.
Just call back to us tomorrow, Alan. We'll see if it's summer tomorrow.
I don't
things.
need to
Should be
convince
close.
you. I need to show that you have a lack of integrity, and I've done that. All right. Now,
Is that your main aim in this whole interaction? Isn't to learn something yourself or to teach me something? It's to embarrass me. So you're just like the other YouTubers.
I have never encountered. Well, I'll take that. A couple times I have encountered flat earthers that do care, or globe deniers that do care to learn, but generally no.
I'm not a denier, Michael. Please use the right words. Don't keep insulting me subtly like nobody's noticing, because I know what you're doing.
Let me write down the words that you need me to use.
What
on.
words
I'm
can you use?
skeptical about the world that we're presenting,
Hey,
so I'm a globe
I like
skeptic.
this
I'm not
image where you can actually see the South Pole quite nicely, and see that the light is not quite reaching the South Pole, the very bottom of the globe, as the light sweeps across the surface.
Not a 24-hour sun, you mean?
I think there probably isn't. I think it probably still is dark at the South Pole at the moment.
I think you're right.
Hours.
Globe skeptic.
I'm not a denier. I'm not a flat earther. I don't preach any beliefs.
There we go.
You
I
preach
got
a model.
globe skeptic. I wrote it down for you. All right. So here we go. We have the GOES East satellite, which also shows Mexico over on the left side there. It's the east side of the United States. It also shows Mexico. Now the cool thing is you can pause this and you can synchronize them so that they're at the same time, and you can see the same cloud pattern. So here we have. It's a little hard to see because there's a good amount of clouds, but the top is the United States, and then coming down, kind of top left there is coming down to Mexico, and right in the center is South America, because this is a geostationary satellite, so it's above the equator, and so it's probably right above Ecuador or somewhere around there. So here we go. We can go back to...
Probably. Let's press play again and just watch them clouds not change in 12 hours.
Just a second. So here is a recent one from the West satellite, and you can look off to the side of Mexico. There's a string of horizontal kind of zigzaggy clouds, and just north of it, between the zigzaggy clouds and Mexico, is a little bit of a blob of clouds. Now you can see that very same pattern here coming off of maybe Panama going towards the west, these zigzaggy clouds kind of herringbone, and then north of between those and Mexico is kind of a blob. So I'll hit play again so we can watch these clouds move. Here we go.
So they're moving, but they're not changing. That doesn't look very realistic to me, Michael. Please, you should be able to admit this. Be honest.
Does he not realise they're talking generally about
you can do
fairly
better than
high-level
this,
cloud
surely.
here?
Yeah.
Otherwise, maybe it's...
This is what we expect, unless you can somehow show, quantitatively how we expect it to be different. This is what we expect. There's nothing
clouds
here.
grow.
Fast
Clouds
as you
grow.
think the atmosphere moves.
And then it rains and they disappear. Clouds move.
No.
Clouds.
No.
What are we talking about,
That's what
Michael?
we're
This
seeing.
this is a little bit embarrassing for you. Surely, let's change the evidence.
for you?
Surely you can do better than this. No, seriously, this is ridiculous. Everyone can see the clouds.
It is ridiculous, but I'm
sure that
I've been in
everybody
many
in
of
the
these.
chat room, everybody in the chat room is going to agree with me that those clouds aren't moving as
Now,
they should do.
here
They're not
is-
changing size or shape.
Here is this is the Discover, not Discovery, Discover satellite.
Yeah, I'm a little bit dyslexic. Sorry about that.
It's all right. That's right. This
No,
one
it's fine.
doesn't show in this particular image. It's not showing Mexico. And now
Shows
this
Australia.
one takes, I believe, once an hour. It takes
shows a little bit of us.
photograph, so it's not.
Look at them clouds at the bottom. Do you see that little what would you call it, like a hook at the bottom?
Yeah.
In
they're
fact,
all-
none of them are actually moving. They're moving, but they're not
changed.
changing,
So
are they?
I will also put this into the chat, and I will send this
Wow.
an email
Put that
to
on.
you.
Put that on again, please, Michael. That was really entertaining. Please put it on again.
So there we go.
Let's just watch them clouds that you're believing in.
There you go.
Wow. There you go.
So
there you go, guys.
we
I'm
do not
wondering-
expect really large cloud patterns, things that are hundreds or thousands of miles long, to just dissipate. That's not.
I can't
and so when
imagine how
when
he
you
thinks the
experience
clouds
clouds
should
at
be.
home, you don't see 1,000 miles of clouds. You see a short range of clouds. So that's
another
that's
point.
epic.
Yeah,
so here we have
good
him,
point.
the
Good point,
Himawari.
Michael. That's a good point. Great point, Michael.
like
You
that,
don't see clouds that big normally.
What's that, Blue?
I said, I like this guy. Essentially, what he's saying is, who are you going to believe, me or your own lying eyes?
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, come on, I know my eyes are lying. I've got to have another pair. I've got to have 2 new pairs of glasses. Only 6, not much more than 8 months after the last set, because my eyes are damn well lying all the damn time.
Okay, so that's
What
his
the hell is wrong with this knob?
Yeah,
Jesus
so
Christ.
he doesn't
Every
like
cloud on
clouds.
there is moving. What the hell's wrong with it?
Yeah, he doesn't like clouds. Okay.
Cameras
Like clouds.
that are not digital cameras, that are in fact analog cameras with film that you can actually go see yourself.
Okay, that's a
that
good
is,
argument.
That is
I agree.
amazing quality. Now, here, to be clear, if you ever were to produce a photograph, it would not match up to what I just provided.
Okay.
Because any photograph you're going to show me is probably digital, not analog, not somewhere that you can go see the
If
original.
he's not a flat
analog
earther, then
version
I'm
of.
the tooth fairy.
Cool. So that's a good argument. I'll give you that. That's quite convincing. I'm not too savvy on photography. I'd have to ask Ken Al Wheeler if there's ways that you could fake with an analog camera. But that's another story. I'm more interested in seeing better, stronger evidence because, like I say, I'm not convinced with the cloud formations not changing. And as we know that they can take high altitude images and make composite images. Remember at the start when I said it'd be great to compare a country like India or the United Kingdom and see how the development of construction has grown over maybe 10, 20 years.
I don't know, Doris said you owe me some money.
I don't know if you noticed or not, but because of, how far away it is, you can't make out structures.
What did I agree to?
At night time, we all see the street lights, which is really strange as well because street lights face down, but you see big glowing orange light coming from Madrid, coming from London. You know what I'm talking about. We all agree on this. We all see the nighttime effect that they claim all the street lights are doing from outer space. You can see all this orange light in the capitals and the cities. So surely we would see a massive difference over the last 50 years in some countries like India or even other countries where the cities have built up. We should see an easy comparison of nighttime pictures. So please do enlighten me with some of this information.
Like I said, I prepared something very specific as requested for you. So I have that. I provided that.
No, please. I'm asking, can you find right now the comparison over the last, 20, 30 years?
I would be happy to spend several hours
20 or 30 years?
Why should it take...
Did we have satellite imagery
Typical
30
of
years
them
of
to
night
demand
time?
that they do it right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, personally, I think the best place for him to look for that would be the difference between the former Soviet Union during the Soviet period and the Russian Federation and close by neighbour countries now, not under communism, because that's going to have a really big impact on the amount of light visible, I would expect.
But what's the point of it? Like, that's what I can't understand. What's his problem with it?
Oh, he's just moving the goalpost to make it harder to make accepting anything.
We'll see it.
And what's typical of these people is that they come with no evidence whatsoever, no material to support their notions, but they demand that you go and find evidence right now.
Yeah, well, that's typical chemo as well. Chemo
Yeah.
does exactly the
Yeah.
same thing, which makes you think he's a flipping brother because he's doing exactly the same thing.
Yeah.
You know, he holds everybody
That-
else to a standard, but doesn't hold the same standard himself.
He's
Like you said about the evidence, you know.
he might be, but he's not related by blood.
No, exactly. But here's the thing as well. He says he's not a flat earther, but we all know he is. You know,
Yeah.
and he denies he is because the reason why is because that way they can't tie him down to a position. You can't tie him down to making a claim. So basically, he's turned around and saying, "Well, you're making the claim that the Earth is real and all the rest of it. Therefore, you have to prove it to me. But it doesn't matter what you present to me. I'm never going to accept it anyway." Pointless debate. It's not a debate. That's why you can't debate with chemo. It's not a
But
debate.
essentially, he is making a claim. His claim is essentially, it's not a globe.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, pretty much. But you're not going to tie him down to actually saying that. If you actually asked him that question, I'll bet you a month's wages. If you tied him that sort of question, you said to him, "Look, is this a globe or is it not a globe?" He will not answer the question. He won't commit to it. I guarantee it. That's what chemo does every single time.
Let's just talk about this. Why should it take you several hours if there's been thousands of satellites up there for the last 50, 60 years, Michael? Why should it take you so long as you're so well informed, well versed, and you've been researching this kind of stuff to defend your channels and business? So, you know, with all respect, mate, you should be able to do better than this. This is your job.
It's not my job. I write
What
software.
have you done, matey?
I write software.
My job.
Yeah.
Howard, I write email software, email filtering software to block spams and viruses. That's my job. This I do for fun.
Great. Well,
so I actually, for today, so that I could do this, I started working earlier so that I could start doing this because normally I'd still be working right now.
So you obviously do want to help teach me what you believe is true. So you obviously have an honest
I already
desire.
did, and you gave me a big heaping helping of nuh-uh.
I said thank you. Have you got stronger evidence? I'm not convinced for the simple fact that the cloud formations don't change or move enough over a 24-hour claimed.
Yeah. Okay. So
please, can you show me more?
Somebody's asking, if you think the Earth is not a globe, what do you think it is?
Does it matter?
Well, obviously, you think it does.
See, that's schemo. There it is, right there.
You put out a challenge.
There you go.
We're actually talking now about space exploration, or should I say space exploitation, because I see that over $100 million, roughly dollars a day, with all the space agencies put together, goes towards possibly indoctrinating us with false beliefs. So in case I'm right, I'm challenging people to check at water level. I'm asking people to find me a real convincing photo or even video of a country like the UK, because I'm not convinced with the photos that you're showing me now, Michael, especially the videos over 24 hours. So could you please try harder? I really appreciate your effort.
So does he want satellite imagery of over UK? Is that what that's what he's asking for? Specific satellite?
Yeah, and of course that's always going to be relatively difficult because he's going to want it to be centred over the UK, and of course we can't because we start. Yeah, the bottom of England starts at roughly 50 degrees north. So you know, any image of the UK from a geostationary satellite is going to be at a fairly oblique angle.
And also, it's probably going to be covered in cloud anyway.
Yeah, I'm probably going to be covered in cloud.
True though, I'm telling you.
Exactly.
If you do find any satellite photos, I mean, I've actually tried to look for a few, and there have been a few, and the few that I've actually found, like literally, it's either wholly or mostly covered in cloud. And that's
Dora wants to see a house with the satellite picture of me waving. Yeah, okay, Dora.
Okay, you're going to have to speak to the U.S. military for spy satellites for that kind of information.
Go and start waving, Dora. We'll get that image for you.
I mean, that's pretty much what that guy's asking for. He's asking for that kind of standard of evidence. But
essentially.
But again, it doesn't matter really what you present to him. He's never going to accept. So even if you did show a satellite image of the UK with no cloud around it and you can see it clearly, he's not going to accept it as real. He never is. Yeah. But he won't.
I believe that I can say this now without getting into trouble, since there is now a European Space Agency project to do this activity based at the Ballistic Missile Early Warning Station at Filingdales. And I know one of the things they used to do was they used to photograph all of the satellites that would come through the area of the radar, so that they could visually identify all of the targets to know what they were. So that if something new appeared, they would know it was new.
Images, but they're all different. So let's see if you can get a few the same. And like I've said, maybe we can see them in the high definition.
They're all different.
Yeah, they're all different colors. I said all this in the intro.
Yeah, and all you did was demonstrate that you don't even understand the basics of cameras, that different cameras have different color profiles. It's really not that complicated.
Well, like the clouds were on the screen and we disagreed. Let's see if we disagree or agree now with the United Kingdom. Put them on the screen next to each other. Let your subscribers see as well.
All right.
No need to laugh about it. Just do it. Just do it. Instead of debating beliefs, just compare evidence.
I'm prepping it. Hold on a second. Calm yourself down there.
He wants you to do everything. I
appreciate your effort. Thank you.
Wow.
So let's see here. Mage 2 is now. Do you know who Mr. Sensible is?
I don't really follow you YouTubers and your nicknames. That's why I keep calling you Michael. I've got no time to joke around. I just want to get on with it. Show me what you got, please.
All right, Crafty or somebody. Do you have the timestamp? It's a rather long video.
Well, being stupid is very time consuming.
So I mean, always see. Show me curvature. If you show me curvature, I will believe. Which of course I do. Then, for some reason,
you shouldn't have to believe, and you shouldn't have to trust the science. It should be demonstrable.
It's not a belief. It's just the Earth is not flat.
I didn't say it was, Michael.
Yeah, I'm sorry. The Earth is a sphere, as measured. So, all right.
So do you think? So is that a belief, Michael, or is that knowledge?
No, I personally measured it myself.
Really?
I measured the shape of the Earth, or the radius of the Earth myself. Yeah. So.
But could you be right?
Look at his mind. Look at his mind ticking along now.
Absolutely.
He's trying to think of the next question or whatever.
That was to the contrary. But in over 2 years of talking to flat earthers and similar globe skeptics, I've not yet seen anything other than just a misunderstanding. So, all right, I don't have the offset for Mage 2, but what I do have is I've prepped this already. A high elevation balloon. This is over the United States, not the United Kingdom. I can't get the Mage 2 one to you just right now because I don't have it prepared. But I'll show you here.
Oh, does he want the Mage 2?
Dwayne Cullen is a flat earther.
Mr. Sensible.
That sent a balloon up to 120,000 feet in his videos on YouTube. He did it several times. This is the 24th time is the one in particular. The cool thing is that he specified the lens that he brought. So we can know about the lens to see if it imparts extra curvature or fisheye or barrel distortion. It's a Sony FE 50mm f1.8 lens. That lens happens to have been quantified for barrel distortion by a website that reviews lenses, and this is a screenshot from that website. As you can see there, and you can look at it in more detail in your own time. It does not impart significant barrel distortion.
Significant.
Every lens.
Yeah, every lens.
Some distortion.
So there is some distortion.
Yes,
and just like on the Virgin Galactic, we saw it going from concave to convex. So
quantify it and correct it.
You went to the Virgin Galactic one where they used the camera inside the plane. What about the one outside the plane?
He jumped all over that word significant, didn't he? Absolutely jumped. I knew as soon as Toon said it, I knew he's going to jump all over it. But the problem is that what he doesn't seem to understand is that it's going to be he's so insignificant. Your basic weak human eye is not going to detect it.
No,
it's simple as that.
And I mean. The thing is that you can actually compute the distortion and correct it anyway, but sometimes it's going to be so small it's just not worth doing. Oh, and my image rotation at the minute, Terry, are images from a live stream where I was following the instructions in Photoshop of Mr. Sensible with the Mage 2 images from high altitude, doing the side-to-side compression to show curvature. Because I think that was probably what they were after, but
there's a lot of fishy stuff out there.
Yeah, so well, I didn't bring that up, so
I did.
So anyway, so this particular lens doesn't introduce significant barrel distortion.
Significantly, significant.
So here is a photograph, a still from the video at let's see, what is, I think 117,000 feet. Now I added this yellow horizontal line here myself in Photoshop. You can get the original. On the left side here, you can see I put the horizon just above the yellow line. Scroll to the right, I put the horizon just above the yellow line. And in the middle, you can see the horizon bulges up above that yellow line. Now we can compress it horizontally. Now when you compress horizontally, straight lines remain straight, curved lines become more apparent. And there you go. The horizon is curved.
Bro, what's this got to do with space exploration, man? I'm sorry, I'm falling asleep. It's late over here. I don't mean to be rude, but this
has to do with being a globe skeptic.
Is this supposed to be boring? Really though, Michael, where's the space exploration proof? I want to see the whole country, please.
I already did that.
No, it wasn't very convincing. We've just been over the cloud formation, didn't change or move very much. You obviously don't care enough to biased present.
It wasn't late. It was only 11 o'clock.
Oh, okay.
Well, just after 11. He started just after 10 o'clock in the evening, our time.
What, night time?
So we see the reason why he's doing this is this deflection. You see, this is another thing that Chemo does. He's deflecting. He's just seen something that he can't explain. So therefore, he's just kind of like, oh, is this exploring blood? I'm tired. What are you doing? So it's completely deflecting. So I don't know whether Matoon's about to bite on that or whether he's going to hold him to that and hold him to explaining it or not. And I hope he does.
Yeah, well, he keeps going back to wanting the image from the United Kingdom from a satellite.
Yeah. I know. Of course he does.
Which again, he knows anyway. And he knows that probably by doing a little bit of research himself, looking for something like that, and then expecting MC Toon to be able to find it, if he can't.
Yeah, you need, at this point, I think, at least I would be, or Toon needs to actually hold his feet to the fire and get him to explain what he's just seen, because he's just not answering it.
Yeah.
Or he's refusing to because he's tired and because it's late and he's boring and he doesn't, not interested in yada, whatever. Just, you're here to have a debate, so hold a position, explain what you've just seen, or get the fuck out.
Yeah.
So maybe we should end this call now before we end up falling.
You should talk about unbiased. Oh my gosh. All right. So There's
Can I just ask you a
curve.
question? Can I just ask you? You've been a good sport. You've been a good sport. I'm a bit disappointed. I was expecting a little bit more evidence and better evidence, but never mind. I appreciate your effort. Can I just throw a few more things?
No,
come
no,
on,
not
Michael,
at all.
hold his feet to the
Ilya
fire, come on.
Latus says, please MC Toon, stop censoring Harold. I did just censor you, Harold. This is not, I don't, your other, I know you go and you have like these monologues you want to do, and I gave you a lot of time at the beginning, so not right now. Let me get a couple of these here, because a couple of people are asking you some questions here. Alan Beaupre says, Howard, you should put wheels on your goalposts. Makes them easier to move. Maybe anti-gravity stuff. I've seen people say that. Let's see. The Sun Express says, time to update your mctoon.net/G page with some more gravity denialist devastation. The Pound Rebka experiment. Check out the wiki on it. I have actually the Pound Rebka experiment. Are you a big fan of relativity, Howard?
Yeah, I was going to ask you about star trails, though. I think it's something that we could really get into, something new.
Oh,
You know, I'm sick of hearing the same argument all the time about.
Well, hold on. So let me address this to the Sun Express. I have done, I have the Pound Rebka listed. It's on mc2.net/relativity because there's, make sure I have it spelled correctly. Yes, there it is. And I will, I'll drop that in the chat here for people.
Gotta go now, guys. See you later.
All right, Alan. See you.
Right, Alan.
Now somebody else is asking, why did the moonlight test over somebody did a moonlight test over a month and it did not show a difference in the temperature change of the water between different days? That's a question from Craig MacNeil. Sounds Scottish.
Weird, because everyone I know that's done it gets the same results as me. And you know, after the sunset, you can see Venus in the blue sky when the sun's setting behind it, and it's very clearly bright and it's flickering like the stars. I recommend everyone make that observation instead of laughing at me about it, because I don't see how a rock could reflect sun when the sun's behind it and how it could be so bright. And plus, neither the sun nor the moon are flickering like we see the stars flickering. So yeah, please do check out Venus.
The moon's right next to us.
If you're in the UK or in
away.
Spain like I am, it's a very easy observation just after sunset, 20 minutes. I'm not sure about the States. I'm not sure about the States.
Mr. MacNeil has identified that you changed the subject very quickly.
He does.
I just want to get these things in.
What happened to
most of my time
the one he had asked just a minute ago?
Please check out how the Big Dipper goes round in different seasons. It's in different places. Well, my point is,
he's all over the place.
My point is, Michael, all of the stars that we see the star trails, and you can argue that it's a globe spinning, and flat earthers will argue that it's the firmament spinning. Well, either way, I'm just quite interested in why is it that stars do travel the same exact path. Like I say, the Big Dipper, it will go to the exact same path no matter what time of year, just at a different hour.
Yeah, I don't know how that's a problem. That's exactly what we predict.
Well, my point being that if we're on the different side of the sun 6 months later.
Oh, you don't understand that? Okay.
No, it's not that I don't understand.
Let me show you here.
Let me just finish my point, Michael, because I don't think you understand my point.
I'll explain it to you for free.
I'll make my point. So no matter what star you look at, no matter how far out you go south, you will see that they still cross the exact same path in the sky, no matter what time of year, no matter what year. They're just crossing the same path at a different time. Yet supposedly we're on a completely other side of the sun.
Yes.
You would expect there to be some kind of parallax, but there isn't.
There is measured parallax in stars. Absolutely. I can show you those. But here is the Earth, right? Now, you'll notice it is tipped appropriately. This way is the North Star. Yeah. So now if the sun is here, right? It's a little out of scale. The North Star is that way, right?
Just
now,
a little.
If the Earth is over here, hey, look at that. The North Star is still
He's not interested at
See
all,
that?
is he really?
No,
No,
I
there is
can see he's not
that
really
difference
concentrating on
inside,
anything he's saying.
right? From
Michael,
side to
Michael,
side?
be honest, be honest. No. Keep it up, keep it up, keep up your little toy, please. Yeah, it's great, great. Thank you. Now be honest.
Patronising little.
Night
Yeah.
time's that way, and then 6 months later, night time's the other way.
Yes, as predicted. It's called a
Thank you.
sidereal day. Look it up.
Eh?
Sidereal day versus a
Oh, I know.
24-hour day.
Look, you're
Ah,
great
right,
with your
I see what you're getting at,
definitions.
yeah.
I respect that you're very informed. But let's just go back to the simplicity. You're
No.
looking that way at night time when you're in spring. You're looking that time in night way when you're in autumn. Yeah?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Not a problem.
So how come, look, you want to argue that we still see the same stars because of the
we
distance?
we
That's
still
cool.
see the same
Cool
stars
story.
there,
Cool story. Yeah,
but
cool
not
story,
here.
bro.
But not here.
Cool story. Bro, let me finish. Yes, you see the same stars like Orion, and you still see Orion passing in the same part of the sky, no matter what time of year.
Let's say
Give it a
Orion
different
is over
location
this
in the
way,
sky, though.
right? So here's the sun. Here's the Earth. During the daytime, when the Earth is here, you can't see Orion because it's daytime. But then at this time of year, six months later, Orion is over here. You can now see Orion at nighttime and not at day. Whatever constellation was over here, I don't know what's half a year away from Orion. I don't do much of that.
You obviously don't look at the actual constellations. You just look at the textbooks that tell you about the constellation. Because if you looked yourself, you would know that you can see things like Orion pretty much all through the year, but you might have to catch him early in the morning or late.
As predicted. That's the thing. That's exactly what's predicted. And so far it has shown, you have shown me that maybe you don't quite get that. That's fine.
Maybe you don't get my point, Michael. If you let me finish, you might actually learn something as well.
No, daytime, nighttime.
He keeps on saying, let me finish, but he won't let MC2 finish anything.
I was just going to say that myself. Yeah,
You've just agreed that if Orion's over there, you shouldn't see it at night time then, but you can at early morning and that. So my point is, he still crosses the same path in the sky, no matter what time of year he is. Yes, you'll see him early in the morning or late at night or in the middle of the night, depending what time of year it is, but he still crosses the same path in the sky.
I don't know how that doesn't match the globe. That perfectly matches.
Well, look into it, bro. Look into it, because you've got your little globe model there. It's all out of scale, like you said. We'll keep playing with your globe, and maybe it'll make sense that it doesn't make sense.
Okay, maybe you could show the geometry for how it doesn't make sense. There are quite a few implementations of the geometry in Python. There's a fantastic one in Python that you can use to, and it's open source, to predict different astronomical observations. There's Stellarium, again, an open source software. If there's any shenanigans, you could identify it. So let me see. Hold on a second. I got Ilya Latez says, so he wants pictures of whole countries or with enough resolution to see buildings. Take your pick. You can't have both.
Yeah, you can't have
No,
both.
I didn't say buildings. I said I'd like to see higher resolution. You should see land mass. Come on, guys. You're acting like
you should see land mass. What?
You should see mountain range. You should see green. You should see city. You should see, especially at night time, the street lights.
He does want a different
kindergarten stuff.
Image.
Well, you know I'm asking for something simple.
Can you pause for a second?
Complicated.
Yeah. I mean, take a look at. So what about a lot of the photographs taken from the ISS? There's hundreds and hundreds of photographs of NASA, all taken from the ISS that show mountain ranges, countries, all kinds.
Yeah.
Even cities, like cities at night as well. You know you know. Why don't you? I mean, you can just go on. It takes literally just like a minute to find those kinds of things on the NASA website. Literally.
No, he can't do that. He wants MC2 to do it all for him.
No, because it's also because it's NASA as well. He's not going to go there. Of course he's not.
Okay.
But like I said, you can present all those things to him, give him those things, but he's just never going to accept it. It's pointless.
Oh, we're going to bring up some other evidence here or something, so I'll jump to there. I'm only just skipping through to where there's shown share screen.
You said you could be, but you said you could be wrong.
4
But
times.
you said you could be wrong, didn't you?
Absolutely. And if somebody were to
Strength
show
to
me,
believe.
which you have not done anything, you've produced nothing to show that I'm wrong. So
I'm not preaching beliefs. I'm just
exactly.
asking
So
you to
if
admit
you don't
and
have
listening
anything to show
admit.
that I'm wrong, then why would I think that I'm wrong if nobody can produce anything contrary to the
How
globe?
have you tested the Earth?
I personally measured it. Maybe you missed that part. I personally measured the
Yeah, I
radius.
heard. How do you do that?
Okay. All right. Let's do this. Then I'll go over that. So here we go. We have it's not photographs. It looks like it's just the analysis of the data. But I'll include this in the list of links that I'll send you an email after we're done here. So study is the first to examine the effects as seen from space of the ongoing worldwide transition to LED lighting. Kaiba's team, Kaiba must be who did this, found that the energy saving effects of LED lighting on the country level energy budgets are lower than expected from the increase in the efficiency of LEDs compared to older lamps.
Come on, bro. You're boring me, bro. I'm sorry, but this is on purpose, isn't it? It's to put everyone to sleep, so it sounds like you know what you're on about. Show me a damn country from outer space at night time and daytime over a few years and stop deflecting with all this.
I don't have them ready for you. If you would have tweeted that, I would have prepared that.
Look, please put the camera on so you can see I'm smiling. I'm not angry, Michael. I can't believe this. You're reading. LED. You're telling me about LED lights.
Hey,
come on.
You asked for something. This is ridiculous. A member of the audience volunteered it. I put it on. I have no idea what it is. I've never seen it before. Right. So there you go.
Oh, Michael, come on. That's terrible. You know you're doing really bad.
I can
with
imagine.
You're going to lose your promotion on YouTube for this. Not going to be trending.
I wish what you said.
If he's been tweeted, it sounds like he's got him from Twitter somewhere, and he's had a correspondence with MC Toon about coming on for the debate, and hasn't said that he's going to present anything or ask what sort of questions he'll ask or what he'd like. You know, that's the bit of the part that annoys me.
Said was true and that I could get a promotion. That would be fantastic. Maybe you could hook me up with the right people to get a promotion, or maybe to get hired to do this by NASA or the Freemasons or the Jesuits or the Zionists or Brigade 77 or the French mimes, which we all know it's the French mimes that are actually the ones in control of the world.
Please let me just add, I never said anything conspiratory. We know that we know that I was a Freemason, but that doesn't matter.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, well, I've mentioned it in a few interviews now because you know everyone
I forgot the Illuminati.
Who cares? I don't give a shit. I'm just talking about serious stuff. You're
he was a Freemason.
Conspiracy stuff to try and belittle me again. I'm saying a serious fact that you know because you've spoken about it to other people on other debate shows. You know that YouTube is censoring people like me and information that we release because they call it fake news and they think it's dangerous to question the information.
They're not censoring. It's just the algorithm for recommended or something, isn't it? That they've.
Yeah, of course it is. He knows that.
Yeah.
I actually think he's an intelligent guy, right? But he's not quite as good at deflection and deceit as Chemo is. He's not really there yet. He's trying very hard to. I mean, I don't think anybody's convinced that he's not a flat earther. And also nobody's convinced here that he doesn't actually hold a position one way or the other. You know, we know he's a flat earther. Otherwise, because he's deflecting everything. He can't answer a lot of questions. He's holding McToon to a standard evidence, but not providing any himself. So you know, he's not fooling anybody. To be honest with you, he thinks he's fooling everybody, but he's not. He's not doing very well at it now. To be honest with you, I think Chemo's better at it than him. To be honest, you know, I'm not buying it. What's his name again? Yeah. Whatever his bloody name is. Well, if you're listening, mate, I'm not convinced. So
Howard George Stirrup.
Yeah, not convinced. Not convinced, Howard.
Whether you agree with it or not is another story. For what reasons they tell you. My point is, your content is getting promoted. I never claimed that you're in any secret society, just like I never claimed that you or any of the other YouTubers have ever got caught looking at dirty kiddie porn or grooming children, and that's why you're now working for the state. I don't know, and I don't care what anyone's story is. I don't like making assumptions. I just know of different possibilities, and I know that some people are still in secret societies, and I know that some people are paid actors, shills. And like I say, some people have been compromised because they've been caught doing naughty stuff. But
so you said you're not going to go into the conspiracy stuff, then you went straight into the conspiracy stuff.
I'm telling you what I'm aware of, but I'm not there trying to name and shame anyone, because that's all assumptions. I don't want to get into name and shaming people when stuck with beliefs. I don't.
No name says, I'm telling you, this is the best chemo impressions I've ever seen.
I clearly said that you're getting promoted, or you were getting promoted, and maybe not after this, because you're promoting the official narrative, which they want people to believe in. So whether you're a shill or not doesn't bother me. You're getting promoted and I'm getting demoted. And you already agreed to that with some debate, I think, with Nathan Oakley. So,
I've never, and Nathan Oakley is too, he won't talk to anybody outside
of
his
he won't talk
echo
to
chamber. Okay, I have from
Geistview. The other Nathan on Modern Day Debate, Nathan
Thompson.
Nathan Thompson, yeah. I've seen him school you a few times, and you just don't accept any evidence. So
he's never presented evidence. He just makes empty claims.
Wow.
He's the easiest one
school
to
anybody.
you didn't present anything either. So I guess you're tied with him for the easiest to debate, because neither of you presented anything.
Look, we say that we test things. And we ask people to test things and compare evidence. Hold on, I'm nearly finished.
Thompson couldn't school himself, let alone anybody else.
I even offered money for people to prove me wrong with evidence. Yeah? People like you just go on with explanations, calculations, definitions, and belittling and derogatory comments. So in all fairness, Michael, your evidence is quite weak. Our evidence is what we see. We're not asking anyone to believe
what evidence?
And what we all
see, what evidence?
What our cameras all can zoom in on. We're all saying, look at the official evidence, look at the strings, look at the bubbles, look at the bloody horizon at eye level, no matter what footage you look at the convex concave change from the Galactic the other day. It's ridiculous. We're not convinced. We're asking for better evidence, and all you've done is deflect and try and make me look silly.
Their level of evidence is confusing. They just pick holes in something, and you show them some evidence, but no, that's not evidence.
For being a bit dyslexic, I'm not impressed, and I'm sure that many of your subscribers are unsubbing.
All right.
So please try harder.
Well,
I'm
have
waiting.
Here from Geistview a time lapse of satellite imagery. So this is not at nighttime; it's during daytime, but you can see.
Come on, let's have a go.
All right, and it's a little slow. Hold on.
So just while you're looking for that, this isn't just what you found. This is all the people in the chat room throwing their best evidence, and I'm
I know
really
there have been people.
Let's have a look at the best evidence that you and all your subscribers can throw at me. Bring it
in a small amount of time, of course. And the other thing is, other people have proposed. I get tons of messages during debates, but I don't pull them all up. So all right, here we have. Oh my gosh, there's so many. All right, be prepared.
The last one was weak. You admitted it yourself. You said it was pretty weak.
Yeah, that one wasn't great. It didn't show stuff. All right, so this is loading. All right, so here is. Oh, what is it? Oh, I see. It's cycling. Okay, I gotta stop it. Hold on. Then I'll share it. And then
please do.
All right, it's coming. Hold on. 19. All right, so be prepared, audience, for the goalpost moving. The goalposts are about to move.
This has been a pleasure, Michael. Thank you for having me.
Wait for the goalpost to get
much easier than I expected.
Here we go.
All right, so here we go. Here is a time lapse. Do you see this here? This is.
Oh,
that's
his
a
laugh
dirty
is starting
English
to grate
channel,
on me now.
eh?
It really is. Really beginning to grate on me.
Gross. Man, you people. That's nasty. I know you don't live there anymore, but I'm still going to blame you. All right, are you still there? Oh, I think he froze. Maybe he got another call. All right. Did you get another call or something? Because you froze for a minute.
I said, can you see the straight line on the right of the UK where the blue sea becomes dirty sea?
Yeah. So all right, that's stitched. This is not one photo. You know.
What is it? A composite?
It has to be.
Yeah, it's a composite.
For this resolution, it
That's what
must
Robert
be.
Simmons
So
said.
the specific requirements that you're asking for
what does he
requires
want?
that it be a composite. So without right, it has to be.
So what he's asking for? Hold on,
because of your
Robert
very
Simmons.
narrow.
So what he's asking for is a super extraordinary super resolution image of the whole Earth, that where you can actually literally see mountain ranges and every single detail across the whole planet, which simply just doesn't exist. You're not going to get that. It's just not going to happen. And he knows that. This is the thing. I'm not convinced by him. He knows that. And that's why he's asking for the impossible. Because but he's basically putting it across to the general public. It's like, oh look, they can't do it. They can't do what we ask. They can't do it. Look how stupid they are.
Oh, you can't do it, so that means I win. That means I win. Win the argument or whatever.
Exactly. Yeah.
Typical tactic, that one.
Absolutely, your very narrow and specific requirements.
Admit it. You just quoted. You sound like Robert Simmons.
Absolutely, Michael. Yeah. And a composite doesn't mean it's fake. All right. So this is.
Hey, Michael. Let's see if we can agree on this. We're looking at many photos from high altitude that have been stitched together.
Yes.
Thank you.
Right.
High altitude, not from outer space. You've just admitted it again, Michael. Thank you.
Yeah.
You've really made my day, Michael.
These I think are actually satellites, but here we go. Where is London, so we can get a little better.
Wait, Michael, just out of interest, aren't most satellites in high altitude on balloon? Because I've seen lots of photo, and I've even seen satellites that crashed.
No.
High altitude, as we know. And
the whole video on that.
Pathfinder and Gateway from Google.
MC2's looking for London.
Am I getting in?
Go a bit further right, Michael. Go a bit further right, Michael. Further right. There you go. You're getting there. There you go.
That's the River Thames.
Somewhere.
People. Thames. Thames. Pronounced Thames.
Thames. Oh, you said Michael.
What?
So,
you said River Thames.
Zoom out a little bit.
Oh, it's the Thames River. Okay.
This is from the 80s.
There's the Thames River.
You know EastEnders, Michael.
I know the IT crowd.
River Thames.
River Thames.
All right, so now we can jump up a few years at a time here, and we can see.
I'm gonna have to have words with Michael,
time.
I think.
2000, and here we get up to 2020 at the end. All right, so now we went 1 year at a time. So here, 2020, 1984. 2020, 1984. So there you go. You can see the difference in buildup over those years.
That's awesome. That's exactly what I'd expect from high altitude photography. Have we got anything from outer space?
So, asked and given again.
Yeah, okay,
So
zoom
there
out.
you go.
No, put it back on, Michael. Let's have a good look at this.
All right, hold on.
No rush. Let's have a good look at
There
this.
we go.
Right, so we've already agreed that they're photos that have been stitched together from high altitude. So let's zoom out.
Wow, how high is the altitude of that balloon? That's a pretty high balloon.
Okay.
Something doesn't look right there, does it, Michael?
Yeah, the balloon, it's not from
I
a
don't
balloon.
know what goalpost moving you've done this time.
No. Please don't close the window. What are we looking at there, Michael? You've zoomed out and it's lovely.
Yeah, what is it?
Get to your point here.
No, I'm asking, what are we looking at? Are we looking at like...
I don't know. See, here's the problem. I did not prep this. So here's what I'm going to do. Since I did not prep this, I'm going to go back to I prepped things specifically what you wanted.
So you admit that didn't look like
that's a better way to go.
in space.
I admit that
Planet's urban landscapes grow by the day.
I did not. I did not look at that ahead of time. I don't know what it is, so I can't speak to that. So here we go.
Thank you for your honesty, Michael.
The Sun Express says clouds moving too slow.
Doesn't mean it's mean to anything, though.
Even they move
Harry or Henry, whatever the fuck your name is.
Thank you for your honesty, Michael.
Stan G says, Howard, it just rained where I am. It's still cloudy. Clouds do not disappear when it rains. We all see those clouds moving and what Toon is showing. Caucasian Sensation says, how fast does this guy think clouds move? Good grief. The scale is huge and there are lots of clouds invisible here that are moving quicker. CD Lings says, I need to hear.
Yeah, he means lower level clouds.
Today.
Yeah, which you're not going to see very well.
Let's see. Robeeb says, gaslighting. In an honest discussion, it's more likely than you think. Get real, blowhard. Whatever that is. You still there?
I think that's directed to you.
Yeah, sure,
okay.
Sure.
Bitwise
says,
jump.
you can get Jinko Biloba.
Yeah. Jump
Just
a lot, Terry.
explaining
Jump a
that there
lot.
is another explanation for why shadows on sticks are in different.
Yeah, and it's never been
I think
presented in a
do a jump to there.
if you're well, there's a photograph of the Earth proving curvature right there. If you want to go with the word proof,
is it a photograph or an image or?
Yeah, do you want to go into definitions? All right, this is a photograph taken on film, 4-inch wide film. There you go. A photograph.
Could it be a photograph of? Could it, Michael? Could it
developed
be a
in a dark room?
Michael, could it be a real photograph of a computer-generated image
In 1972?
I don't know.
I
Don't
do.
they say? No, please stop claiming to know things you believe, Michael.
Wow.
Please.
If we had the technology in 72 to do what we can do today, that'd be amazing.
You don't
I mean, the amount of times that I've heard CGI about the moon landings, it's kind of like, really? Are you sure?
Really?
1969? Are you sure about that?
Really?
Green screen? Yeah, maybe, but not
Not
CGI.
even green screen back then.
Oh no, green screen was actually invented in 1940, but it was really crude. The chroma key systems were exceptionally crude. It didn't work very well. But yeah, green screen was actually invented in 1940. But but it's pretty bad. It was pretty bad in those days.
You weren't there, Michael, so you believe. Admit it.
You have to be there for everything.
Oh,
Michael,
okay, one of those claims, is it?
Admit it. You believe
You gotta
that it's
be there.
real. You don't know that it's real, do you?
So
No, you weren't there.
apparently only things that you've personally seen, which is not science. Fine, I don't. Flat Earth is a religion for uneducated science deniers. Denying science confirms that you are just.
Yes, you
are.
I don't deny science, Michael. I just don't appreciate.
But there's
your
no part of
honesty.
science that says you must be there for it to be legit. So unless you can show me where science says you have to have been there yourself, then you are changing the definition of what is science.
Okay. How about you Google the difference between primary information and secondary information right now?
Okay, but
No, that's the key, mate. That's the and argument.
Science. We're talking
No,
about
my
science.
point
You're
is-
changing the
Yeah,
topic
exactly.
off of science.
No,
So
come
I'm
back
going
the-
to continue, and I'm
Excuse me.
going to read from Mr. Unite for the Children.
you
Says,
don't like what I was saying.
Can you get a satellite to look at my house and see if the kid's yellow frisbee is on the roof? We live in a small county, so you can zoom in real close.
So
Tell you what,
like,
Mr. Unite for the Children, I have a couple spare. Stop by tonight, and I'll just give you a couple. I have a yellow one, and I only like the white ones because the plastic is nicer. So you can have the yellow one because my kid likes nah, let's not play with the yellow one. So there you go. I'm Mr. Unite for the Children. All right, King Ed the
primary
Fifth.
information.
Hold
You're
on,
saying that
hold on.
primary information is not as strong as secondary. You're saying that secondary
Yeah,
information.
I'm saying that you're just denying science. All right, Mr.
No, I'm
Ozzie,
asking you.
King
I'm asking
Ed
you
the Fifth.
science.
I don't care. I don't care what you're asking me. I'm reading
Because
some
you don't
stuff.
like it.
You're interrupting what I'm
on
doing
purpose
here.
because you're deflecting.
Yes.
You're
Yes.
deflecting. Yes, you're deflecting.
Deflecting what?
King Ed the Fifth says, I verified the cloud movement on the
That's
east coast
something
of the
to
USA
deflect
right
from.
now. It looked just like it did outside. Hey, there we go. Alyssa
Bit of a hypocrite though.
says, we don't
You know,
need MC
deflection.
Toon to laugh at you. It's a tough crowd, man. It's a tough crowd.
So secondary information is as strong as primary information. Is that what you're trying to tell me in science?
No,
In
I'm
science,
trying
if
to
I've
not.
got primary.
I'm trying to not answer that at all because I have
I
things
know,
that I need
I know,
to do.
This is my point. This is my point. You
before
just admitted it again.
6 o'clock local time. So
You're
all right.
trying to deflect because you don't like what I'm saying, do you?
No, because I don't care.
If I've got scientific
because you
primary
are
observations,
just a science denier. That's all you are. You're a
No,
science
I'm
denier. I provided
denying-
you exactly what you wanted. You didn't like it. You said nuh-uh, and you moved the goalposts.
Yeah.
So Cretan Bull says he
Can I say
needs more
something,
evidence
Michael?
because he
Michael?
hasn't said nuh-uh enough
Hey,
times
Mike.
today.
you keep calling me a denier, but
Absolutely.
I'm asking to engage in this conversation.
You-
You're
no, no,
denying.
You already denied. Done. Goalpost
What
moved.
did I deny? What did I deny?
The photographs taken on film of Mexico from space. You denied
That doesn't make me a science denier, Michael.
Yes, it does, in fact. Because you
No,
don't have a
it doesn't.
reason to deny that. You just didn't
My-
like it. It didn't
I
fit
didn't
your
deny
pre-selected conclusion that the Earth
I
is
asked
flat.
for more of this.
So,
Can
yeah,
you show
yeah.
me more evidence to justify what you're claiming?
And I will
I'm
send
denying?
you the links to
No,
More,
live.
more, I
I'll
want
give you
more.
thousands
Yeah, I
of
want
different
more.
images
Give me more. Give it
Show
to
me
me
on
now.
film.
Google
So,
it.
all right.
Show me more, Michael. Why are you deflecting?
Peterman's Prime says the only thing flat earthers have is that the horizon looks flat over the ocean. That's all.
And that landscape has never lost behind the expected amount of curvature.
Except it is, and you didn't present anything when I asked.
How
So-
come I can,
Yeah,
how come I
it
can
is.
see streetlights at water level 20 miles away from Benidorm to San Juan?
well, what
how
was
come
your
no one
what
can
was your
do that?
elevation?
I'm at water level. The video's on my
okay.
YouTube channel. Yeah, everyone can check
Yeah.
it
Well,
out.
you'd have to
It's
provide
on
evidence
my
for that then.
What's your YouTube channel?
Howard George Stirrer.
All right, there you go. Robeeb says, Howard, what gives? Suddenly you're not so sleepy. Perhaps that was a lie.
Oh.
Interesting. Maybe it's your dodging so vigorously.
Are we deflecting again, Michael? I've just explained. I
I'm
can
just
see-
reading some enlightening words from Robeeb. Now,
But
Alyssum
I've got
says,
nothing to do with this conversation. I'm
Okay.
asking why can I see 20 miles away at water level?
yeah, and now I got to tell you,
Well,
I
we
have
need,
a
we
hard
need, we need
stop
more
at 20
detail. We
minutes,
need,
so-
we need to know exact difference, the exact points
Alyssum
you're
says,
looking
"Don't
at,
blame
the
Toon
what
for
elevation,
your
the different
willful
points.
ignorance."
We need more information. We'll
Ignorant.
take your
You're
word for
calling
it.
me a science denier, and I'm asking to actually go into why primary information in science isn't as strong as secondary information that you believe in. But you
Isn't
just
as
don't-
strong, certainly. But how is an actual photograph that you can go look at yourself? What's wrong with that? You have a
No,
problem?
I'll say again.
You don't like that?
If we've got primary observations and you've just got secondary information, and you're claiming that
I
you're
have
more,
primary
I'm a science
observations that I
denier. I'm a
included as
science
well, and you
denier.
didn't like it.
It's
I
not
showed
that
you
I
my
don't like
measurements
it.
of the radius of the Earth, testing to see if the Earth is flat, and it's not. And then the radius, and we got interrupted, and we measured the radius. Anyway, I do need to get through this. Delcos Man says, I love how he acts like a certain satellite picture would convince him, but he just ignores the thousands of others. Dishonest and stupid.
Thank you.
It's a tough crowd.
You're entitled to your opinion, but please do try and find a real photo of the UK and
Yeah, all right.
send
The
it to
Sun
me.
Express says Googling satellite imagery of before-after tsunamis in Indonesia and Japan will provide myriad
I
results.
think we'll do
That's
another
a good
jump.
idea.
It looks like it's going to end up. That's the way it is. Like a chemo clone.
Or
Or clone
would you like me
definitely.
to tell you my position?
No, I would.
There you go.
He's actually,
I
he's
asked
actually
you-
even more
I asked
annoying
you
than
before,
the
you said you
chemo,
don't have a
actually.
position.
Yeah, he's,
I don't care either. My position is that we're being lied
He
to
just laughed a
Oh
lot.
yeah, okay. Everything.
because we can see too far. Rail guns can shoot too far.
Railguns don't shoot too far. So
What?
all right, so
we haven't seen a photo of the whole country.
So
Too
I
far,
showed
too
you-
far than what?
Rises
Hold on
Yeah.
a second. Saeed Ahmed says, so Henry, the herald not named Howard, isn't sure if the shape of the Earth is, but certain it's not an oblate spheroid. Cool story, bro.
Read your own book, bro.
That's not my book.
The Quran.
I'm not talking to you. I'm
You're
talking
talking to
Saeed.
Saeed because you're going off of his name. Because his name is Saeed Ahmed, you're making an all right. Could be Saeed.
Oh, he's making an
If
assumption
he
that
made a
he's
wrong
yeah,
assumption.
that's
If I made a wrong
stereotyping. That is.
assumption, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
All right, Father Onage says Flurf logic. Only things that have seen and experienced counts. Goes on to believe all the YouTube videos they've not done research with. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, Geistview says, I have first-hand knowledge, first-hand information being at the South Pole. A flat earther has second-hand that it doesn't exist. Who is better, Howard?
Have you ever seen when someone gets like a glass?
A specific question that you're deflecting from.
I'm trying to answer.
All right, go get to it quickly.
I've seen a flat Earth explanation for why the stars go in a different direction, and it's that when you put a glass dome over lines, as you move the glass dome or as you move inside the glass dome, the perspective would change everything. I've seen an actual experiment where they get a glass dome and do it over
I would
paper
love to see
lines.
that. I've never seen that, and I've been looking.
Yeah, it's a simple observation. It's
so
there are
is
lots
the
of
camera on the inside or on the outside?
There is lots of explanations for the different phenomena.
It's a hypothesis.
We can make different
that
conclusions
can be
based
tested.
on the same.
You can't make a conclusion until you test the hypothesis. You're getting the order wrong. Hypothesis, prediction, test, conclusion.
Yeah.
So what you have suggested there is somebody gave an explanation, not even a hypothesis, and then you're jumping over all of these things to get right to the conclusion.
Yeah.
Look, I'm trying to make a point, Michael, and you're just trying to belittle me again. With all of those steps that you just said, you can still have different conclusions based on the same observations. Because
I suppose if it's a pretty crappy testable hypothesis.
Michael, are you going to keep interrupting me to try?
Yes, I am. Saeed Ahmed says it's not nice to assume, Henry.
That's the only way that you can win this debate. That's the only way you can win this debate, isn't it?
Well, you brought no evidence and I did, so I already won.
I'm trying
Connell
to
Silverford says, hold on.
Like the sun, you interrupted me on the sun as well.
Harold, assuming religion based on a name, racist.
Yeah.
You got called out there, Harold. Let's see.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to be offensive like you are. You've just
Robeeb says, we see your veins popping, Howard. Calm down, angry.
I'm fine, I'm fine. It's just that your subscribers call me names. You keep interrupting me and have just admitted.
I got 4 minutes left,
I've
man.
made an assumption that somebody might be Islamic.
Delcos man says, how dare you, Magoon? And then a tap.
Whatever.
Holy Smalls says, hashtag stop censoring Harold.
You're not censoring me, bro. I'm having a great time.
And I know the Harold thing is from Team Skeptic. Let's see. Geistview said, did he say the railgun fired 100 miles? He lied. It has yet to fire past 1 mile, and it's been canceled.
Cool story, bro. There's loads of different videos on the internet.
Cool
of different,
story. I've heard that statement before.
Of different guns firing over.
Oh, you said railgun.
Who says that? Not Whitsett. I think that's Thompson, isn't it? Is that Thompson that says cool story?
Yes, I think it is. Nathan Thompson. Yeah. Cool story, bro. You know, as soon as you come up with an explanation, explain something, you just, cool story, bro. Yeah, it is him. Yep, you're right.
Specifically said railgun 100 miles, multiple times. More than once you said railgun 100 miles.
Yeah. You said railgun shoot too far. I mean, like, what?
Can you
what does that even mean?
That the railgun has shot 100 miles and that it was not a ballistic.
I mean, even with the railgun, you know, it's still going to follow a parabolic curve because eventually at some point its gravity is going to take over and bring it down to Earth. So,
But it's one I can remember.
What does he want?
Specifically have articles saying that there are guns. I'm pretty sure they use the word railgun, but a gun that fires a bullet 100 miles away. So whether it's called a railgun or another type of gun, if something can shoot a target 100 miles away without accounting for curvature or the Coriolis effect, then that kind of puts the question the globe model.
Where did it say that they did not take curvature or Coriolis into effect? Was that also in the Daily Mail article?
Citation for that.
Artillery control capture all of that.
What does it say that they do?
You claimed that they
field manuals
and you're
military manuals
that they do.
I'm sorry. You're claiming that they don't.
I'm sorry too.
You're claiming. All right. The Sun Express says I can see light 22 kilometers away. Crucially, you can't see lights 1,000 kilometers away, which you would need to see if the Earth were flat. So Saeed Ahmed said not nice to assume.
I could probably show that.
Said Harold, assuming religion based on a name is racist. And then Saeed Ahmed, for the last one here, said Harold's name isn't Henry.
You see, I don't care if Saeed calls me Harold, so, you know, is it a big deal if I thought he was a Muslim? Who cares? It's not an offensive thing. There's nothing wrong with
we'll finish
Islam.
it off here.
I've just said I respect every religion.
I remember going back quite a while ago now. It was Team Skeptic had a debate with what was his name? The one outstanding in his field. What's his name?
I know who you're talking.
JM Truth.
JM Truth. That's right, JM Truth. And this whole conversation came up about artillery and how they take care of Coriolis effect to stay with Mortimer as well. And that's where they claimed that JM Truth actually that he was a Mortimer as well as a medic. And that whole thing came up. And actually, somebody on the panel actually came up with a copy of a field manual, I suppose they call it in the States, or military manual of some sort. And it stated very, very clearly in it that that's exactly what they do. And there was a whole page about the Coriolis effect and curvature and all the rest of it as well, and how they had to do it. So if you looked hard enough, you would find it. You're going to find that kind of information. It is available, and they do. Ships, where they're artillery ranging and stuff like that. Alan will tell you this. They all count for curvature. All count for Coriolis effect.
Yeah.
Yeah, that guy was getting a bit annoying.
Yeah, well, that took up most of my time too. Here, I'm going to have to finish it off up here.
Yeah.
It's up us one over here.
Yeah, it is.
1:30 in the morning, is it?
Yeah, 1:30 in the morning. Yeah, I missed out on playing the rest of this.
Finish it up then.
Yeah, I'll finish up.
As Dora says, a modified Mortarman, that's what he called himself, wasn't it? Yeah, because he was a medic, and apparently he was a modified sniper as well. He did a modified sniper course. Jan Truth, that's right, Dora. You're absolutely right. No, it was both, Dora. Yeah, it was both. He claimed that he did a course in both of those, as well as being a medic.
The apprentice lurker turned up. Yeah, morning. 1:30 in the morning. Yeah, I'm running a bit late now, Wally. I can't show any other things.
Yeah, no worries.
Oh, thanks, Paul. Thanks, John. John, haven't heard from John much. He hasn't fallen asleep, I hope. And Alan's disappeared.
I'm still here.
Okay. And thanks, Matt, for starting to come back again. You're going to be a regular on the panel, you hope?
Yeah, maybe not every single time, but yeah, most times I'll come on. Yeah.
You might be able to be like a fill-in for Farmer, because Farmer's has got his new job now, so he might not be able to make it every show.
Okay.
So I think he can make it Saturdays, but maybe not during the week. So
when's your next show?
Saturdays and Wednesdays, so it'll be next
Saturday.
Saturday.
Wednesdays, right? Yeah. Okay. Well, Saturdays I can't guarantee, but Wednesdays, should be able to.
Yeah, well, if that works out with Farmer, we'll find out off Farmer if that's what's going to be happening with his new job with his hours. So we'll see because I don't think he's going to be working Saturday mornings.
Yeah, I can't pretend to be Farmer's boy though. So don't.
No.
Well, what I will promise not to do is eat during the show.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know.
At least not eat at the same time. He used to hate me doing that. Well, he caught me once doing it, right? But then the second time, he thought he caught me eating, but I wasn't. I was actually just biting the edge of my cheek and talking at the same time, which is also a bad habit. But yeah.
Oh, Dross has a new job, Brainer, he's saying. Yeah. Got a new job. We don't want too many pommies on the panel, Death said. Well, we had Alan and Matt. That's two. You got Paul, John.
Just call me a discount farmer's boy.
Yeah. Well, the ratio's not too bad, Brainery. Not too bad. Yeah, more Aussies on the panel would be more preferable, but
good. Yeah.
We can allow a couple of pommies and an American.
That second video I did was I discovered. I think he's a flat earther. I think he's an Aussie flat earther. Well, I know he's an Aussie flat earther because in one of the other videos, apparently in one of the videos, he all he did was he took a video of a moon, but with no explanation of what he was trying to prove. It was just the moon. That was it, and he said it was from Sydney Harbour apparently. So it's from Sydney. Yeah.
So if anyone wants to see M2M's video, go into Should You Shit, and you'll be able to keep it. I hope you do keep up to date with what's being shilled in there, because that's the whole purpose of it. Why I put things in there.
Can I post a link to the video in the chat there, Terry?
Yeah, sure. Go for it.
I'll do that now.
What's going on here? Sean G. What's this one about Sean G? Professor Dave. What's that one? CERN physicist explains what the two big blue wheels are for. Okay, so go and check in Should You Shit.
Dora wants to know whether Paul's fallen asleep on the piano.
While I'm reading out the peanuts, it was there. Paul may play us out with some soft tune just in the background, so it doesn't over talk me, so to speak.
I think much more
talk you with the piano.
Much more of that Henry guy. I think Paul would have been headbutting the piano key.
Yeah.
You learnt now that to play the piano away from your microphone, didn't you, Paul, last time?
Yeah.
It's still loud.
Oh, that's all right.
Loud, is it?
Yeah, that's all right.
Well, loud for the distortion of for the piano, that is.
Let me turn the gain down a bit and see if that. Does that make me softer?
A little bit, yeah. Try it.
Does that even softer?
Yeah, that's even softer. Yeah.
A little bit. Yeah.
I'll try it on the piano then and see what it sounds like.
Terry likes it soft. He doesn't like it hard.
Because while you're doing that, I might just change something over in sound.
How's that?
Yeah, that's better. That's better.
Yeah.
That's not making any difference to the sound when I do that. I thought it might make a difference. No, doesn't make any difference. On my end anyway. Well, I thank the panel. Thanks Stewie, Death, Dora, Brainery, No Name, Surf. I know Carl was out there earlier. Who else did we have out there that I missed? Dart, Thurston, Sean G. Yeah, Sean G. You have to you promised to come on the panel one time, but you keep reneging on that. Who else did I say? Stewie, Death.
Sean G for a long time.
Yeah, I haven't spoken to him for a while. Sometimes I might say good day to him over on Gems. Stevie B, and I can't go any further. So, Wally was there for a brief period. Yeah, check out Matt's videos. He's just started to come back now with his new title of M2M on his channel. Any links just there. Oh, Andrea and Judy dropped it by at the beginning, yeah. That's right, Dora. Carlos is piked out. Okay then. Alright then. Okay, Stewie. Oh, thanks panel, thanks Peanuts. We'll see you on Saturday, so it's good night for now.
Bye, Peanuts. Thank you.
Night.
And I've got no idea what Paul's playing.
I know the music.
Oh dear.
I don't know what it's called. I have no idea what it's called though. I haven't got a clue. I just recognise the tune.
Yeah, smash the like button if you want. I don't know if it makes any difference for me. And did I get any more subscribers yet? I'm still around 503. I was at 504. Now I've gone back to 503. So I've got no idea what's going on. I need to get a bunch of subscribers just to put myself over the line a bit better. Same as last Saturday. Okay. I already said good.